Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. It began with a scream, not one you hear outside, muffled through the night air, not one you could write off as an animal or a nightmare leaking from someone else's house. No, this one came from inside. Inside the old Belgrave Inn, through walls thick with time and secrets, inside the room that had been locked for 73 years. Room 217. The scream shattered the silence at exactly 2:17 a.m. Everyone in the inn heard it. The manager, the three guests, the cook sleeping in the back pantry. It was a woman's scream, high, raw, choked by something unseen, and it stopped as quickly as it started, and then, nothing. Just the wind clawing against the window panes. No footsteps, no voices, no doors opening or closing. Room 217, as legend told it, wasn't just locked. It was sealed. The hinges were drilled through and covered with steel brackets. A heavy oak plank bolted across the entrance. The number plate scratched off decades ago. The only clue that the room existed was the missing space between rooms 215 and 219. The guests who checked into Belgrave Inn that evening had no idea of the building's history, and even less about that room. They had been drawn by the quaint charm, the promise of a rustic retreat nestled deep in the pines of Black Hollow. Each of them had come for quiet, solitude, escape. By sunrise they were all gone. No checkout, no messages, no payment. Their rooms were left exactly as they'd been the night before. Coats hanging, toothbrushes on the sink, half-eaten snacks on the nightstands. Everything intact, except the people. They had vanished. The only one left was Ellis, the innkeeper. And Ellis knew. He had always known. Ellis Belgrave had been running the inn for most of his life. In his late 60s now, he had inherited the place from his father, who inherited it from his. Generations had passed, each sworn to the same rule: never open 217. Never speak of 217. Never stay past midnight if the door knocks. But it always knocked. Ellis didn't hear the scream. He was already awake when it happened. Sitting in the kitchen with a cup of black coffee, staring at the old grandfather clock. He always woke at 2:10. Always sat in the same chair, always watched the minute hand twitch. Because at 2:17, without fail, he heard it knock, knock, knock. 3 soft, almost polite taps, not demanding, not angry, just expecting. But this time the scream had come first, and it wasn't supposed to do that. His hands trembled as he set down the mug. He waited for the knock. It came like clockwork, 3 precise raps against the sealed door upstairs. He didn't flinch. He didn't breathe. Just listened. Then silence. Then the bolts shifted. He heard it clearly, clearer than ever before. The sound of a wrench turning, a hinge creaking, a screw falling, bouncing on the wooden floor. The door, room 217's door, was opening. That wasn't supposed to happen. He stood slowly, legs stiff, dread soaking his bones like winter rain. He walked through the hall, past the darkened lobby with its floral wallpaper curling at the edges, past the family portraits no one looked at anymore. Up the stairs, each step groaning like a warning. He didn't dare bring a light. As he reached the 2nd floor, he stopped. The hallway was wrong. It was longer than it had ever been. Where once there had been 3 doors, 215, the sealed 217 and 218, there were now 6. And every single door bore the same tarnished brass plate. His heart slammed against his ribs. His breath frosted the air, though there was no chill. And then came the sound again. Not knocking this time, not even footsteps. Breathing. Heavy. Wet. Right behind him. He turned. No one. But he felt it. The weight of eyes pressing on him, watching, waiting. He took a step forward. The floor rippled beneath his foot like a reflection in water. He took another step. One of the doors, farther down, newly formed, creaked open. A woman stood there, naked, blood slicked. Her face was turned away, but her hair hung in thick, black ropes, wet and clinging to her back. Her skin was gray, not pale, gray, like stone dredged from a lake bed. And her hands, they were wrong. Too long. Fingers tapering into sharp, claw-like nails. She turned slowly, and Ellis screamed. Not because of her face, it had none. Not because of her hands, already reaching, but because her mouth, wide and red and yawning across where her stomach should be, opened and spoke. "You let them in, Ellis. Now let them out." He ran. He didn't remember getting back downstairs. Didn't remember locking the main door or hiding beneath the counter. All he knew was that the sun never came up. The clock stopped at 2:17. Time froze. The inn had shifted, and the guests were still missing. Earlier that evening, just before the nightmare began, the 3 guests had arrived, unaware of the horror they had stepped into. First was Marla DeWitt, 38, real estate agent, divorced. She came alone, needing a weekend to clear her head. Something about the inn's antique charm had called to her. Something that made her chest tighten with a feeling she couldn't name. Next came the couple, Darren and Hannah Reeves. Newlyweds, he wore the eager grin of a man trying too hard to prove he married the right woman. She wore the thin smile of a woman already regretting her decision. They wanted a romantic escape. They got something else. The last to arrive, just before dusk, was a boy, barefoot, maybe 10. No one saw where he came from, no car, no parents. He simply appeared at the back entrance, dripping rainwater and muttering, "Room 217, please." Ellis had refused, of course, but the boy just smiled. "You already gave it to me," he said, then vanished. That night, each guest had a dream, the same dream. They stood in a corridor that never ended, lined with doors, each marked 217. They walked and walked, until their feet bled. They knocked on every door. No one answered, except the last one. Behind it, something moved. It didn't speak. It didn't show itself. It invited. When they awoke, the door to their room had changed. Same number, same room. But it opened into a place that wasn't real. A place stitched from memories and fears. Marla stepped into her childhood home, but it was burnt and upside down. Darren walked into his office, but the walls were flesh and the phones blood when they rang. Hannah saw herself, pregnant, alone. Her husband's face stretched into a permanent, silent scream, and each time, from behind them, came the boy. "You asked to stay here," he whispered. "Now you belong." Ellis sat in the kitchen, hands shaking, staring at the walls. They were bleeding, not metaphorically. Actual crimson streams trickled from the crown molding, forming words as they dripped. "Rel Siom Ebk," he tried to pray. The words turned to ash in his throat. Somewhere above him, the doors were opening again. Outside, the storm that hadn't been forecast raged over Black Hollow. Thunder rolled like ancient drums. And through the lashing trees, through the broken clouds, something vast moved. A shape too big to name. A shadow that bent the sky. The Belgrave Inn had called it. The Belgrave Inn had fed it. And it was hungry again. By dawn, the inn was empty. No Marla, no Darren, no Hannah, not even Ellis. Just the boy, sitting on the front steps, dry despite the rain. He watched as a car rolled up the gravel drive. New guests, 2 women on a weekend retreat, laughing as they took selfies by the porch. The boy smiled. "Welcome to Belgrave Inn," he said. His voice was not his own. It was hers. From the stomach mouth, the woman with no face, the one who waited in room 217. And as the guests crossed the threshold, the door creaked shut behind them. The sign hanging above swung gently in the breeze. "VKNCY." But that wasn't true. Not anymore. You wouldn't have believed it even if you'd seen it. A door where there shouldn't be a door. A hallway that stretched longer with each glance. And the feeling, undeniable, primal, that something was watching. Always watching. That's what Victoria and Lena felt the moment they stepped inside Belgrave Inn. But of course, they laughed it off. Because you don't let fear win when you're 2 bold city girls hunting peace and vintage charm. The exposed beams, the flickering wall sconces, the scent of cedar smoke wafting faintly through the air, it all played its part. It was the kind of place that looked like it belonged in a painting. Not a horror story. But the boy, he didn't belong. He greeted them from the steps, too well-mannered for his age, like someone who had memorized how to act human. There was something too still about him, too clean for a child waiting out in the rain. Lina leaned in, whispered that he gave her the creeps, and Victoria laughed. Nervous, always the brave one, she shoved the key into the front door, expecting the creak, but not the sound that followed. A low moan, like the wood itself was sighing in pain. Inside, everything seemed normal. And that's what unsettled Lina the most. The inn was too quiet. Not quiet like a library or a retreat, but hollow. Like it was pretending to be empty. They checked in at the unattended desk, a tarnished bell rusting into the counter. A note had been left behind, rooms ready. Help yourself. Welcome. No signature, no trace of the manager. Victoria took room 215. Lina claimed 219. They were directly across from each other. But as they ascended the stairs, Lina hesitated. Something caught her eye. A door between them. Room 217. It hadn't been on the brochure. It wasn't on the paper map hanging behind the front desk. But there it was. Right in the middle. Plain, old, closed. The number was scratched in with a knife. And the doorknob was wet. She reached out to touch it. And for a second, it was only a second, it felt like it breathed under her fingers. She yanked her hand away. Victoria teased her about being too into ghost podcasts, said the number was probably just faded. But Lina didn't sleep that night. At 2:17 a.m., the inn came alive. Lina had been lying in bed, scrolling through photos on her phone, when the knock came. Not at her door, at the one across the hall. 3 slow taps, not loud, not urgent, but deliberate. She sat up. Victoria. No way she'd be knocking. If she needed something, she'd text. But her phone had no signal. And when she opened her messages, her screen glitched. Lines dancing across the glass, distorting her apps, until every contact name turned into one word OUT. She looked up. The door across the hall, the one they both saw earlier, was open. Not cracked. Wide open. And inside it was pitch black. She called for Victoria. No answer. Just the hum of the hall light flickering above her. The buzzing growing louder, angrier. She crossed the hall barefoot, each step cold like stone beneath her. She peered into the dark room and saw herself, not in a mirror, standing inside, looking back, but her reflection smiled, wider than she could, with too many teeth. Then it ran, not at her, into the room, vanishing like smoke into the dark. Lina slammed the door and locked it, panting. Her heart skittering against her ribs like it wanted out. She didn't knock on Victoria's door. She didn't call her name. She backed into her own room and shoved the chair against the handle. But the knock came anyway. Not at her door. Behind her. From her closet. 3 knocks. She didn't open it. She didn't sleep. Victoria, meanwhile, had her own nightmare. She hadn't heard the knocks. She hadn't seen the door. Instead, she drifted off sometime around midnight, lulled by the creaking of the building and the soft whisper of wind. But in her dream, if it was a dream, she was walking down a hallway that didn't end. The floor was soft, breathing, like she was stepping on lungs. The lights were out, but she saw clearly. Doors on either side, each one marked with the same number. She tried to turn around. Couldn't. Her body kept walking. Her hands twitched at her sides, jerking like they were pulled by puppet strings. At the far end of the corridor, a woman stood. Head tilted. No eyes, no mouth, just a wide, red gash from ear to ear. And in her arms, Victoria's own body limp, hanging like a child's toy. Dead eyes staring. When she woke up, she had bruises on her arms. Finger marks. Too large to be hers. The next morning, they barely spoke. Both had circles under their eyes. Both jumped at every creak of the stairs or flutter of the curtains. Victoria tried to brush it off. Old places make noise. It's nothing. But Lina noticed she was already packed. Her bag sat zipped at the foot of the bed. You ready to go? Lina asked, forcing a smile. Victoria hesitated. I tried to leave already, she said. What do you mean? She pointed to the front door. "Watch!" She grabbed the handle and pulled. It opened. But there was no outside. Just hallway. The same hallway from the dream. Dozens of doors. All marked 217. Lena backed away, mouth dry. Victoria shut the door and locked it. "It only does that when I open it," she whispered. "When you try, maybe it'll be normal. Maybe it's me it wants." They both tried. Together. Same result. No outside. Just the hallway. Getting longer each time. Upstairs, something moved. Slow, dragging steps. Like a body being pulled. They stood frozen in the lobby, staring at the staircase until a shape appeared. Not the boy. Not Ellis. A woman. Naked. Skin gray. Strings of black hair glued to her face. Her jaw hung loose, swinging slightly, as if unhinged. Her feet left black stains on the wood. She didn't walk. She floated just an inch above the floor, and she pointed. To the door behind them. Room 217. They turned to run, but the lobby warped. Walls stretched. Furniture melted into shadows. The staircase snapped like a bone and coiled inward. They were being herded. Cornered. The door behind them creaked open. Not like wood, like meat. A sound wet and obscene. And the boy's voice echoed from inside. "You shouldn't have come. But now you're here." They bolted. Not through the door, but down the hallway. Past their rooms. Past the creaking walls. The lights blinked out one by one behind them, swallowed by darkness. And the farther they ran, the more the halls twisted. Lena cried out. It wasn't a hallway anymore. It was the inside of something. Walls pulsed. The floor thumped. The air reeked of rot. And everywhere, doors. Always 217. Always watching, they found a room. Any room, it didn't matter. Lena shoved Victoria inside and slammed the door. Locked it. Barricaded it with a heavy dresser. They huddled together on the floor, neither speaking. Listening to the sound of breath that wasn't theirs circling just outside. Hours passed. Or minutes. Time was broken here. But then, without warning, it stopped. The breathing, the movement, the growling sounds, silence. And then a knock, soft, from inside the room. Lena turned toward the closet. "No," she whispered. Victoria didn't move. The knob twisted, and slowly the door creaked open. Inside was the boy. He looked up at them, eyes gone completely black. His mouth moved, but his voice was hers. "The woman, you belong to her now." And then Victoria was gone. Not taken, not dragged, just gone. One blink, and Lena sat alone, the boy still watching, grinning. Behind him, the closet stretched, not shelves or clothes, but a dark tunnel of flesh and bone, walls pulsing with veins, the smell of copper thick in the air. Lena screamed. But it was swallowed whole, just like her. The inn stood silent the next morning. No footsteps, no voices. Just the front door swinging gently in the breeze. Outside, the forest was gone. Only mist remained, and inside room 207, dozens of them, new names etched into the walls. Marla, Darren, Hannah, Victoria, Lena. And beneath it all, in fresh blood, still vacant. Still waiting. Come see. Because the door was open now. Wide. Waiting. And it never closed on its own. The next to arrive didn't come by accident. He came with purpose, though he didn't know exactly why. His name was Conrad Wells, a 31-year-old writer, hollow-eyed and heavy, with the weight of a novel that wouldn't write itself. For weeks, he'd scoured forums and old paper archives, chasing after that elusive chill only real haunted places could offer. Something about the Belgrave Inn had called to him in a way no other place had. Not with advertisement or reputation, but through scattered rumors, stories buried in blog posts, whispered about on message boards, spoken of like a dare. He'd read about the guests who vanished, about the door that shouldn't exist. But it wasn't fear he sought, it was proof. He arrived just past sunset, gravel crunching beneath his tires, moonlight leaking through a sky swollen with clouds. The inn loomed before him, tall and quiet, its windows flickering as though they blinked. The sign out front still swung gently, though there was no wind. Vacayan CY. The boy was waiting for him on the porch. Same old-fashioned clothes, same dead stare. "You're late," the boy said. Conrad laughed. more to calm himself than out of amusement. "You waiting long?" The boy smiled, and it twisted in a way that didn't match his face. "She doesn't like it when you're late." The door opened on its own. No one inside. No desk clerk. No noise. Just the scent of old wood and something deeper underneath. Like meat left too long in the sun, masked poorly with lavender. Conrad stepped in, wheeling his duffel bag behind him. The door clicked shut. The silence pressed in tight, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. He took room 213, a few doors down from the infamous 217. He didn't ask for it. He didn't need to. It was always there. He figured he'd explore it after a night of rest, after he settled in and scrawled a few notes down. That's how it always worked. Ease into the mystery, let the atmosphere seep in. But there would be no easing in this time, because when he stepped into room 213, he found it already occupied. A mirror hung above the dresser, and in the mirror, a woman stood behind him, pale, dripping. Her eyes were missing. Not hollow sockets. Missing. Skin smooth and unbroken where her features should have been. Her head tilted, and though her mouth was invisible, Conrad felt her grin crawl under his skin. He spun around. No one there. He checked the mirror again. Empty. But something had been left on the bed. A photograph. Black and white. A girl. Young, maybe 6 years old, standing in front of the inn. But her face had been burned away. Not scratched or faded. Burned. The edges curled, smoke marks seared into the paper. On the back, in looping script, "Do you remember what you promised her?" Conrad didn't sleep. He tried. But the whispers wouldn't stop. They came from the walls, soft at first, like someone breathing too close to his ear. Then words, disjointed, broken. "Female, help me." He took my eyes. "She's hungry." He pressed his ear to the drywall, and it moved. Not a trick of his imagination. The wall moved, like something inside was pushing against it, stretching it thin. A bulge formed, fingers, pressing out 5, then 10, then many. He fell back, heart pounding, and the wall calmed. It waited until he turned off the light. Then it breathed again. At 2:17 a.m., he heard the knock. Not at his door. From across the hall, room 217. 3 taps. He didn't hesitate. Camera in hand, flashlight clipped to his belt, he opened his door and stepped into the hallway. It was cold, unnaturally cold. The hallway stretched a little longer than he remembered. More doors than earlier. But only one mattered. 217 stood in the middle, its number carved crudely into the wood, the handle blackened as though burned. It was open. Wide. Inside, only darkness. He took one step forward, and the hallway behind him disappeared. The door slammed shut on its own, and he was inside. There were no walls in room 217, just space. Endless, black space, and whispers. They filled the air like static, overlapping voices in different languages, none of them kind. Some screamed, others wept. One of them whispered his name. Conrad, Conrad, Conrad. He turned, searching, the flashlight beam slicing through the dark. But there was no floor beneath him anymore. No ceiling. Just the sense of falling endlessly, slowly. As if the room was swallowing him cell by cell. A figure appeared, floating toward him. It was the girl from the photo. No eyes, mouth open too wide. Her arms outstretched. "Why didn't you come back?" she asked. He couldn't move. She hovered closer. Her face began to peel. Not from rot, from removal. Like someone was unzipping her skin. Beneath it, another face. His, he screamed, and woke up, back in his room, soaked in sweat, breath ragged, the photo still clutched in his hand. But now, the back had changed. "You're almost ready." Conrad fled to the lobby, trying to gather his things, but his bag was gone. The front door was gone. In its place, a mirror, floor to ceiling, and in the reflection, himself writing feverishly into a journal, eyes hollow, fingers bleeding. Behind him, the boy. "You're writing her story," the boy said in the reflection. Conrad turned. No one there. In the mirror, the boy leaned in, whispering into his reflection's ear. "She needs an ending." The mirror shattered. Somewhere upstairs, someone screamed. Not distant. Right above him. He climbed, against every instinct, because that scream, it sounded familiar. It sounded like his sister, Rachel. But Rachel had died when they were children. Hadn't she? He reached the second floor, panting, and the hallway was longer now, lit by a single bulb swinging wildly, casting shadows that moved faster than light should allow. Room 217 stood open. Rachel stood inside. She was 13 again, wearing the red coat she died in, smiling like she did the morning before the river took her. But her smile was wrong, too sharp, and her eyes were empty. "Come in, Con," she said. "She's waiting for you." He stepped back, but the floor behind him disappeared, and he fell. Through black, through time, through memory, he landed in the river. Cold, choking, flashing back to that day, him on the bank, her calling for help. Him too scared to jump. Now she was the one watching him drown. And her mouth opened wider than it ever had in life. "She forgave me," she said. "Will you?" He screamed until the river filled his lungs, and then silence, stillness, until he woke. Back in room 213, no sign of Rachel, but the photo was gone, and in its place, written on the wall, in what looked like mud but smelled like iron, "To left." Then she wakes. He didn't know what it meant. Not yet. But far below him, in the basement no guest had ever seen, something moved. Chains strained, bones cracked, and the house itself sighed with hunger, because Conrad was only the first of the next three. And when the third arrives, the door won't just open. The door will walk. You could hear the sound before you saw anything, an unnatural scraping, like nails dragging across stone, echoing beneath the inn's floorboards. Not loud enough to panic the unknowing, just enough to scratch at the back of your mind. The kind of sound that makes you check behind you, even when you know you're alone. It had started the moment Conrad opened room 217. Something had shifted. Something old had stirred. And now the inn wasn't just taking people. It was remembering them. 2 days after Conrad's disappearance, the inn welcomed its next visitor. Her name was June Halpern, 44, self-described spiritual empath, part-time medium, and full-time skeptic. She didn't believe in ghosts. She believed in people believing in ghosts. And she made a decent living by cleansing haunted homes, conducting fox seances, and selling overpriced spirit candles on Etsy. When she arrived at Belgrave Inn, it wasn't by coincidence. She had read about the place in a message thread that vanished shortly after. The original post only said, "If you're a believer, stay away. If you're a liar, she'll make you one." June had laughed when she read it. Perfect for her next video. Another abandoned building. Another dramatic voiceover. She figured she'd stay one night, record some eerie shots, sprinkle in some made-up lore, and be back on the road by morning. She'd dealt with stranger gigs, but Belgrave didn't let her unpack. The moment she entered, the boy was there. Not on the porch, not in the lobby. Inside her room, she hadn't even unlocked the door. Room 211. Door already ajar, and he was sitting on the bed, staring at her. "You smell like a liar," he said. June froze. "Excuse me." The boy tilted his head. "She hates liars." Before she could reply, he vanished. Not ran, not slipped away. One blink, and the bed was empty. No indentation, no warmth where he'd sat, no logical explanation. June backed into the hallway, her bravado thinning. She considered leaving just for a second. But ego is a terrible leash. Her subscribers expected content, her bills expected revenue, and fear, no matter how sharp, could be swallowed with the right kind of confidence. She filmed her intro standing at the bottom of the staircase. Big smile, slow pan of the lobby, her voice controlled and steady. "Welcome back, ghost hunters. Tonight, I'm at one of the most notorious haunted locations you've probably never heard of. Nestled deep in Black Hollow. The camera died. Dead battery. Fully charged minutes earlier." June swore under her breath and checked her backup. Also dead. Both batteries. Drained completely. Still, she wouldn't panic. She'd been here before, technically. Sometimes tech glitched in old buildings. She chalked it up to shoddy wiring or electromagnetic interference. She always carried candles for backup ambience anyway. She lit 3 and set them on the lobby desk. They went out, all 3, simultaneously. No breeze, no draft, just darkness. Then the whisper. Tell the truth. She spun around. No one. The inn creaked, timber under pressure. The kind of noise that houses make when they're holding in more than they should. She picked up the camera, tried again. The lens refused to focus. Every shot came out blurred, warped, until a shape appeared in the footage that wasn't visible to the eye. A woman, standing behind her. No eyes. No face. Just a red smile across her stomach. June left the camera. She didn't care about the footage anymore. She just wanted to find the front door and get out. But the front door was gone. Literally. Gone. In its place, mirrors. 4, all facing each other. In them, she saw herself. Only, not herself. One version was aged, face melting like wax. Another was her as a child, eyes wide and screaming. A third showed her covered in blood she couldn't explain. And the fourth was smiling, but not with her mouth. Her stomach split open, grinning. That one moved when she didn't. June turned away, heart galloping. And the mirrors shattered. She ran to her room, slammed the door, and locked it. She told herself she'd wait until morning. Maybe the staff would return. Maybe there was a back exit she'd missed. She sat on the bed, trying to steady her breathing. Then she heard it. Crying. Not loud, not forced, just soft sobs like a child crying under their breath. It came from her closet. She stood, approached slowly. Hand on the knob, it clicked open. And inside, standing barefoot on a pile of bones, was the boy. Only now, his eyes were stitched shut, his mouth sewn open. He didn't cry, but the sound kept coming. June stumbled back, slamming the door again. She backed into the dresser, and her phone lit up. One notification. Liar. She didn't sleep that night. At 2:17 a.m., the knocking began. But it wasn't from one door. It was from everywhere. Behind the walls. Under the bed. Inside the bathroom mirror. 3 knocks. Always 3. Then silence. Then whispers. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. She clutched her charm necklace, whispered every protective chant she knew. But the room didn't care. The room wasn't listening. It was remembering. The closet door swung open slowly, and she saw herself again, in her own body. But this version was honest, covered in guilt, raw with grief. Whispers poured out from behind her. Things she'd buried. The girl from the boarding house in 2009, the one who vanished after a say-ain'ts June claimed was just for fun. The ex-friend who ended her life after June's lies about the affair. The clients who paid for peace but got only fear. The inn showed her everything, all at once. And then the real June screamed, because she was no longer alone in her skin. The inn had taken her reflection and gave it a body. Now there were 2 of her. One inside, one looking out. When the sun rose, the lobby was silent. June's equipment was packed neatly on the desk. Her car keys sat beside them. And a note. She told the truth. But no one ever saw her leave. No one ever saw her again. Only her videos remained. Uploaded at 2:17 a.m. The footage was wrong, choppy, dark. The audio was mostly static, punctuated by screams and laughter. But the last frame, a still image, room 217 open, waiting. And standing inside, 3 figures. The woman with no face, the boy with stitched eyes. And June, smiling, bleeding, pointing at the viewer. Now only one guest remains, one final visitor. And when they arrive, the inn won't need doors anymore, because she will walk. And when she walks, the house will follow. It was raining when Theo Lorne arrived at Belgrave Inn. Not the kind of gentle drizzle that taps on windows and soothes the nerves, but a violent, slanted downpour that made the world look smeared, like a half-finished watercolor. The road had dissolved into mud miles back. The trees leaned too close, and the GPS stopped working before he turned into the drive. Still he came. He had to. There was no trip planned, no luggage packed, no job, no emergency, no vacation. Just a dream. For 3 nights straight, Theo had woken up gasping, soaked in sweat, with the same image burned into his vision. An old inn with its porch lights flickering, a boy smiling without blinking, and that door, swinging wide open like it was welcoming him home. He hadn't told anyone. How could he? Theo wasn't the kind of man who's scared easily. He didn't chase ghosts. He didn't believe in haunted houses. He paid bills. He answered emails. He ran a print shop in a town so dull, even rumors were too tired to spread. But something inside him had cracked, silent and clean, like glass under pressure. And once it cracked, it called. Now here he was, standing on the sagging steps of a building that didn't exist on any map. His shoes squelching, the front door open without a sound, revealing a lobby that hadn't changed in 100 years, and yet felt older than memory itself. Theo paused. He told himself he'd just look inside. Nothing more, just a look. Then back in the car, maybe drive to town, get a motel. But his feet moved forward. He didn't tell them to. The door clicked shut behind him, and the storm vanished. Not faded, vanished. Silence swallowed the building like a blanket. The kind of silence that bends the rules of nature, where sound has weight and absence feels like pressure in the skull. The air was still, but too still. The kind of stillness that implies something has just moved, and is now hiding. Theo glanced around. The lobby was empty, covered in a thin layer of dust, like it had been preserved rather than abandoned. Portraits stared from the walls with black eyes that had once been painted blue. A fire smoldered in the hearth, though there was no wood, no flame. The warmth was there, but it didn't comfort. He stepped toward the front desk. A key sat waiting. Room 217. He didn't touch it. He didn't need to. It vanished the moment he looked away. The staircase moaned beneath his weight. A deep, old groan like the house was waking from a long sleep. He ascended slowly, each step taking longer than it should. The hall at the top was lit by a single hanging bulb that shouldn't have still worked, its glow the color of sick teeth. There were doors on both sides, numbered, but none stood out until he blinked, and they all changed. Every single one now read 217, different fonts, different sizes. Some painted, some etched, one even branded like livestock, but all the same number. He turned around. There were more doors now than when he arrived. The hallway was growing, stretching. The light above flickered once, twice, then steadied, and all the doors opened at once, not fully. Just an inch, enough to see nothing, enough to hear something, breathing, slow, rhythmic, not from one source, from many, 100 lungs exhaling together. Theo stumbled back. He didn't scream, not yet, but the breath touched him. Not air, breath, damp, warm, crawling up his neck like an insect. He reached for the wall. The wallpaper shifted under his hand. Something was moving beneath it. Something was trying to get out. He ran. Didn't think, just picked a direction and ran. Doors slammed behind him as he passed, one by one, like dominoes falling. The lights chased him, dying in sequence, until he reached a corner that hadn't been there before, a sharp, impossible left turn that dropped into a staircase descending into pitch black. He didn't want to go down, so the floor collapsed. He landed hard. Basement, sub-basement. He couldn't tell. It smelled like the inside of a grave, wet stone, mildew, and something sweeter, sickly sweet, like rotting fruit or open wounds. The dark pressed in like a presence. And then she spoke. Not aloud, inside his head. You're the last. A match flared in front of him. Not one he lit. A single candle stood in the center of the room, flames steady despite the unseen draft, and beyond it chains, massive, rusted, hanging from the ceiling and anchored into the ground like something was being held. Theo stepped forward. The chains rattled. Not with motion, with anticipation. He approached slowly, his breath catching. A shape was crouched in the corner, pale skin, thin limbs, hair like moss, long and wet, and eyes, so many eyes, not on the face, everywhere, blinking, watching, hungry. It turned toward him, and smiled with its stomach. "You're not supposed to see this," Theo whispered. But the thing was already crawling toward him, moving without sound, limbs bending in wrong directions. The ground pulsed beneath it like muscle. The chains didn't hold it. They honored it. "You dreamt of me," it said, not with a mouth, with his own thoughts. "You called me with your fear. They all do. But you're the last." Theo tried to run, but there was no floor, no direction, just her. Back in the lobby, the portraits changed. No longer strangers. Now, Conrad, June, the young couple, Marla, the boy, and one blank frame, waiting. The fire roared, the walls split, and the inn exhaled. Somewhere above, the doors opened. All at once, the guests walked out, silent, blank-eyed. They lined the hallway like statues, facing the center. Room 217 opened one final time. Theo stepped out, changed. Not possessed, not consumed. Just not himself. His eyes were black, his mouth was gone, his stomach smiled, and the boy followed behind him, grinning. "She walks now," the boy said. "No more guests, only doors." Miles away, the inn appeared again. To a family driving through Black Hollow, lost and hungry. A father with an aching back. A mother whose phone had died. Two kids arguing in the back seat. They spotted the flickering sign, VKNCY, and the door opened for them. Wide, inviting, because now the inn walks. The fog came first. Rolling in heavy and unnatural, it blanketed the world like spilled milk across a table, hiding the familiar behind shifting gray walls. Streetlights flickered and vanished. Roads twisted into each other. The trees of Black Hollow lost their edges, melting into shadows with no roots. Even the sky, once a deep, moody slate, now seemed too smooth, too featureless, like it had been scrubbed clean of stars. It was in this thick, muffled silence that the Belgrave Inn reappeared, not where it had once stood, but where it was needed. On the edge of the fog, a small town called Bracken Hill sat unsuspecting. Nothing special. A few thousand people. One high school, 2 gas stations, churches with half-full pews. A main street with a barber shop and a bakery that still used handwritten receipts. The kind of town that rarely made the news and liked it that way. But this morning, something was different. Right at the edge of Willow Run Road, an old dead end with nothing but trees, stood a building that hadn't been there yesterday. Tall, Victorian, black wood siding bleached gray with age. A sign swinging gently above the porch, as if the wind moved just for it. Belgrave Inn. No one had built it. No one saw it arrive. It simply was. And the fog around it never moved. It just lingered, like it had grown from the building itself. At first, no one noticed. Most didn't even see it. People passed it like it wasn't there, eyes sliding over it as if their minds refused to register the shape. But children noticed. They always do. 3 of them saw it clearly. Jonah Miller, 12, who often wandered too far on his bike. Tessa Rowe, 14, who hadn't spoken to anyone since her sister vanished a year ago. And Caleb Dunn, 9, whose drawings had started including a black house weeks before anyone had seen it. They each approached the inn on their own, each drawn by something they couldn't explain. And each heard the same voice, just as their fingers reached the doorknob. "You're already inside." Jonah was the first to vanish. His bike was found on the porch, front wheel spinning slowly, though there was no breeze. His parents thought he'd run away. The sheriff organized a search party. Dogs barked and pulled at their leashes near the inn, but no one thought to go inside. Most didn't even see the door. Except for Tessa. She didn't tell anyone, but she started dreaming again. Every night, she saw the same hallway. Endless doors, all numbered 217. The walls were damp and breathing, and behind one of the doors, she heard her sister calling. Not screaming. Laughing. That laughter clawed at Tessa's sanity. Her sister had never laughed like that. It was wet, a broken, too wide, too sharp. But it was her voice. So Tessa went. The inn welcomed her. No keys. No clerk. Just an open door and the scent of old roses and wet earth. She stepped inside and the world outside ceased to matter. Her phone died the moment she crossed the threshold. The fog swallowed the porch, Silence thickened the air like oil. The lobby was the same as always. Portraits lining the walls, fire crackling in a hearth that had no fuel. Candles already lit, flickering in sync. A chair rocked in the corner, though no one sat in it, and from upstairs footsteps, slow, heavy, like someone dragging something. Tessa didn't scream. She didn't turn back. She followed. Because even though everything in her screamed not to, her sister's voice was stronger. Room 217 stood open. Of course it did. The hallway behind her stretched longer with each step, the wallpaper peeling in shapes that looked too much like hands. The bulb above her flickered and buzzed. She stepped into the room. It didn't have walls. Just mirrors. Thousands of them. And in each one, her sister, smiling with black eyes and a bleeding grin. "Come home," her sister said, voice layered with others. Jonah's voice, Victoria's voice, even June's voice. Tessa turned to run. But the mirrors shifted. Now they reflected her, already smiling, already changed. Outside, people started talking. About the building. About the way the streetlights near it stayed dim, no matter how new the bulbs. About how the air felt colder the closer you got, like the place pulled heat from your bones. But no one really looked, because something inside them said not to. Only Caleb did. He went missing the next night. His parents didn't find his shoes or his backpack, but they did find his latest drawing. It showed a staircase made of teeth. At the top, a boy waited, and behind him, the inn, no longer still. It had legs now, dozens, long and bent like a spider's, and it was moving. Back inside, the boy with stitched eyes wandered the halls. He no longer spoke. Not aloud. His mouth had grown too wide, too full of secrets. But his thoughts echoed through the rooms like wind. "She walks now," he told the portraits, "and she's still hungry." The woman with no face watched from behind glass. Every guest she swallowed became a new door, a new opening, a new trap. And now that she could move, now that the inn had legs, nothing was safe. The rules had changed. It didn't need guests anymore. It came to them. Across the state, a hotel owner in Glint River reported seeing a building appear in their parking lot. Gone the next morning, a jogger in Redwood Creek vanished after taking a shortcut through the woods. His last GPS ping showed him near a house that wasn't there when authorities arrived. And in every Casey, the number 217 was found somewhere. Scrawled on a tree, burned into the ground, painted on a mirror, the Belgrave Inn was moving. And it was learning. Every guest fed it. Every fear shaped it. Every lie made it stronger. And now, the boy wasn't the only one wandering. The rooms had opened. The guests had multiplied. And each one whispered from the walls. Their voices tangled together, rising every night at 217. One name, one word, not a warning, an invitation. Stay. Because there are worse things than death. There's becoming part of the inn. And the next time you wake in the middle of the night, certain you heard someone knock from inside your closet or behind your mirror, don't answer. Because the Belgrave Inn walks now. And it remembers your name. By the time anyone realized what the Belgrave Inn had become, it was already far too late. The inn no longer waited for the curious or the damned. It chose. And once it did, it didn't just haunt, it rewrote. Street corners warped to fit it. Maps lost memory of what had been there before. People who saw it forgot within minutes. Only those marked, those with guilt, grief, or curiosity thick enough to draw blood, could see the Belgrave Inn. And once you saw it, it never let you look away. In a quiet suburb 3 counties from Black Hollow, a woman named Amelia Carr stood at her sink, watching the street through the window above. She had been washing the same cup for nearly 10 minutes, too distracted to notice the water turning cold. Her backyard, usually empty, now had a fence that didn't belong. A crooked black fence that hadn't been there the day before. Behind it, past the withered lilacs and rotting swing set, stood a building that did not fit. It wasn't there when she made breakfast. It wasn't there when she hung the laundry. But it was there now, nestled like a memory she couldn't quite name. Amelia blinked once. The inn blinked back, and somehow she knew. She had stayed there before. The memory hit her like falling into ice. A night 15 years ago. A different town. A party she had fled. A road she hadn't meant to drive down. And a building she had sworn for years must have been a dream. The wallpaper of that room had been breathing. The bed had sunk beneath her like it wanted to swallow her whole, and the voice whispering from the pipes, "Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth." She hadn't. And now it had followed her home. She ran. No keys, no shoes, just bolting from the kitchen and out the front door, heart punching her ribs with each beat. The sky above was wrong. The clouds didn't move. The wind bent in loops. And the further she ran, the closer the inn got. No matter how many turns she took, how many fences she jumped, how many streets she crossed, it waited. In every alley, behind every tree, reflected in every glass surface. Her breath hitched, and then she heard it, knocking, not from behind her, from inside her, like her bones were echoing. 3 knocks, then silence, and then her name, whispered, not by someone else, but in her own voice, crawling up her throat without permission. Amelia. When she made it back inside her house, the mirrors were wrong. They didn't show her kitchen. They didn't show her face. They showed a hallway, endless, doors upon doors, all marked 217. A boy stood in the middle, smiling. Behind him, something vast and dark loomed, her own reflection. Stretched and rotted, skin sagging from bones like melting wax, eyes replaced with dripping holes. She smashed the mirror with her fist. Blood pooled in her palm. The pieces didn't shatter into chaos. They fell in neat, perfect shapes. Each shard reflected the boy, closer than before. And then one of the shards blinked. She tried to scream, but the house swallowed the sound. Her phone was blank. Her windows now showed the inn from the inside out. Her doorknobs twisted on their own. When she reached for the front door, it opened, not to her porch, but to the Belgrave lobby. Fire crackling, portraits watching. The same boy, waiting behind the front desk. "Welcome back," he said. She slammed the door, turned. Now her house had vanished. She was inside again. The Belgrave Inn had taken her, not through seduction, not through force, but by debt, the truth she never told, the fear she never faced, the guilt that festered, and the inn knew it all. Upstairs, the guests gathered, lined up like dolls in a hallway that had no end, their feet hovering inches above the floor. Eyes gone, mouths soon, stomachs grinning wide. Among them, Theo, June, Marla, Conrad, the couple, the boy, the girl, each of them now a door, each of them waiting to be opened. Room 217 had multiplied. It breathed, it expanded, and now it stretched into every place a person refused to confront. Your regret, a door, your silence, a hallway, your lie, the key. In Bracken Hill, people began to forget again. The missing children, they probably ran off. The strange building on Willow Run, that lot's always been empty. The drawings in Caleb's notebook. Kids have weird imaginations, but the dreams didn't stop. Parents woke screaming. Teenagers found themselves writing 217 on foggy mirrors and not knowing why. The grocery clerk refused to stock ISIL 7 after seeing something with too many teeth crawling on the ceiling tiles. And one by one, they slipped. One by one, they vanished. Some while awake, others in their sleep. The Belgrave Inn didn't need to knock anymore. It had found a way in. Now, every home has a corner too dark. A hallway that feels longer at night. A room that's colder than it should be. And somewhere in that room, at exactly 2:17 a.m., you might hear it. 3 soft knocks, a boy's whisper, or a woman laughing without a face. And if you turn on the light fast enough, you might see the door close. Room 217, waiting, always waiting. Because she's no longer trapped behind a threshold. The inn walks now. And wherever you go, if you've lied, if you've broken, if you've remembered, you'll find it. No GPS, no address. Just a door that opens in the wrong direction. And once it does, you don't leave. You stay. Because the Belgrave Inn doesn't haunt, it keeps. There's a difference between a haunted house and a hungry one. A haunted house rattles, knocks, lets you leave shaken and paranoid. A haunted house tells a story. But a hungry house, it doesn't rattle. It waits. And when it opens its mouth, it doesn't speak, it feeds. By the time that difference was understood, the Belgrave Inn had already moved again. Not far this time. Just enough to change the air in the neighboring town of East Hallow. Just enough to wake something in the soil. For 2 weeks, no one noticed the new structure nestled between the overgrown cemetery and the abandoned railroad tracks. It blended too well, its decaying exterior hiding in plain sight. The town was used to rot. Most thought it was just another foreclosed property sinking into the weeds. But dogs barked at it, birds never flew over it, and the few who looked too long felt their hearts skip, not out of fear, but recognition. Like seeing a stranger who looked like your mother, like remembering a name you never learned. It was Milo Finn who noticed it first. A groundskeeper by title, but a wanderer by nature. He'd grown up in East Hallow, spent most of his years clearing brush and trimming the cemetery, humming to himself and listening to wind patterns in the trees. He'd always felt when things were off. That morning, as he clipped away blackberry vines from a leaning headstone, he looked up and saw the roof of a house that didn't belong. Just the peak of it, poking through the mist. That's all it took. Something in him flinched. Not his body, his memory. Because Milo had seen that house before, not in person, in dreams. Once when he was 13, then again after his wife died. Always the same, the staircase with one extra step that wasn't real. The voice whispering, "Don't look behind you." And the door marked 217, closed but never locked. And now it was here. Waiting. He tried to turn away. Tried to laugh it off, but his boots were already moving. Not willingly. Not unwillingly. Just moving, over damp grass, through a gate that hadn't been there yesterday, past a row of gravestones that looked more like teeth now. The house stood still, but the sky behind it swirled. Milo stopped at the porch. The boards pulsed beneath his feet, and the door opened. He didn't run, because some part of him wanted to go inside. Not to explore, not to challenge it, but to finally know what had been gnawing at the edge of his life for decades. He stepped in. The air didn't just smell old, it tasted like memory, like breath exhaled during funerals and whispered goodbyes. The floor creaked not with weight, but with relief, as if it had been waiting for him specifically. Candles were already lit, the fire already burning, the boy already waiting by the stairs. "You always forget when you wake up," the boy said. "But you never stop coming back." Milo opened his mouth to answer, but there was no sound. The inn didn't want his words, only his footsteps, only his story. The hallway stretched before him. He passed portraits of strangers with his own eyes, saw a photograph of his wife, aged decades beyond death. He turned it over and found a message etched into the frame. "You left me cold. Now I leave you hollow." The ceiling wept black droplets. The walls pulsed with unseen veins. And ahead of him, a door opened on its own. Room 217, of course. But this time it was different. The doorknob wasn't metal. It was skin. Warm. Beating. Milo touched it and felt something deep inside himself recognize the rhythm. It matched the heartbeat he'd lost when they buried her. He stepped in. Inside was a hospital room. No, not quite. It looked like one, but the bed was too long, the monitor wires disappeared into the floor, and the windows showed nothing but static. On the bed lay a woman, his wife, but not as he remembered her. Her face was stitched together from pieces. One eye too large. One cheek split down to the teeth. She sat up slowly. "You stayed outside when I begged you in," she said, voice glitching like a broken tape. "I didn't know how to help," Milo whispered. "Then why did you watch me die?" She lunged. Not physically, emotionally. He felt every moment of her last night rush into his chest, her cold hand. The airless silence after the beeping stopped, his refusal to hold her hand. The guilt. The way he left the hospital before the doctor even closed the blinds. And then her body dissolved into a hallway of mirrors. Each mirror reflected his worst moment. Dropping the urn, tearing the letter, drinking until her voice faded, running from the house because he swore she was still whispering from the attic. The mirrors blinked, all at once, then shattered inward, and something stepped out, not her, but what his guilt had made of her. The woman was tall, longer than she should be. She didn't walk, she folded, limbs bending forward like she was made of wet paper. Her mouth grinned from her stomach, lined with fingers instead of teeth. Milo, she sang. He ran, through the door, back into the hallway. But it had changed again. No floor, just doors, suspended in blackness, each swinging gently, each calling his name, and from behind one of them, the boy's voice. Every lie you lived made her louder. Milo jumped, not toward escape, toward ending, toward silence. But the house didn't let him fall. It caught him, cradled him, absorbed him. The hallway returned. The fire lit again. A new portrait appeared in the lobby. Milo Finn, eyes missing, mouth sewn, but smiling. The house waited, because now it had what it wanted. Another memory, another wound, and the more it fed, the less it needed to hide. It was no longer bound by rules. Not haunted, not hunted, just hungry. And somewhere, in a different town, a little girl named Elsie drew a picture with her crayons. She smiled as she colored the house black, gave it legs like a spider, eyes in the windows. And above the door, she wrote a number, 217. Her parents didn't ask where she saw it. They should have, because that night, their hallway changed. One more door, one they didn't remember building, and it was open just a crack, just enough to let the inn see them. There were no sirens when the first houses vanished. No alarms, no evacuation orders. No trembling warnings from the earth or blood-red sunsets to signal what was coming. The people of East Hallow simply woke up to find their neighborhood smaller. One street gone, then two, and when they checked old maps or scrolled through property listings, the missing places weren't missing. They had never existed. People whispered, nervously at first, that it must be some clerical error, some glitch in satellite data, or even a bureaucratic oversight. But no one said what they truly feared. They knew those houses. They remembered the birthdays held in them, the smells of wood fires, the late-night arguments, the clinking glasses, the laughter. They remembered, but only vaguely, like dreams that sour before waking. By the time City Hall tried to respond, half their records were already corrupted. Archived building permits showed blank signatures. Property tax records referred to homes no one recalled building. Even names of residents began slipping. Didn't Mrs. Dallow live on Birch Street? No. Birch Street ends at the playground. But I played at her house. That house was never there. The contradiction was always met with uneasy silence. Eyes darting away, something prickling the back of the neck. Like being watched. Like being rewritten. At the center of it all stood a building that nobody remembered walking past, and yet everyone knew the shape of. Tall. Crooked. Its windows always lit, regardless of time. Sometimes people would swear they saw curtains shift. Other times, they heard music leaking from its walls. Slow piano notes played too deliberately, each one stretched longer than it should be. No one ever saw anyone go in. But they never saw anyone come out, either. Because the people who entered didn't leave. They became part of the structure, their memories devoured, digested, and reshaped into doors. Into walls. Into new rooms with old griefs embedded like roots. The Belgrave Inn wasn't just a building now. It was a virus that fed on truth and silence alike. Jude Miller, a librarian in her early 40s, was the first in town to say it out loud. This place is forgetting itself. She'd been tracking the missing streets, matching them against the last known census data. Each person who vanished left behind a peculiar void. Mail with no address, journals with half-torn pages, photos where faces had been blurred before digital ever touched them. What terrified her most wasn't that people were disappearing. It was that their absence made the town feel cleaner, like it had always been meant to shrink. And she couldn't remember if her sister ever existed. She was sure she had one. She remembered braiding someone's hair, a room with 2 beds, the sound of someone crying in the dark. But there were no photos, no birth certificates, not even a name. The inn was peeling away the town's memories like wallpaper, and no one seemed to care. But Jude remembered. Not everything, just enough. She remembered standing in front of a staircase when she was young. A man, her father, holding her hand tightly, whispering, "Don't ever go past the 7th step." She remembered the boy at the end of the hall, whispering riddles in a voice too old. She remembered the smell of fire that never burned and a door that opened by itself. Room 217. The number returned to her like a splinter breaking through skin, and now the inn was here. Again, or maybe it had never left. That night, Jude walked to Willow Run Road, gripping a flashlight and a journal she had written the same page in. For 5 nights straight, I am still me. My name is Jude. I was born. I remember the woods. I remember the room. I remember the number. I remember my sister. She repeated the words as she walked, whispering them like a prayer. She knew if she stopped, even for a second, the memory might slip away. And if she let the inn have that, it would take everything else. The air grew colder near the boundary, colder and too still. The wind didn't move here. Sound didn't travel. And when Jude reached the clearing where the inn now stood, her flashlight blinked once, then died completely. But she didn't turn back. The porch creaked under her weight, though she couldn't see it. She didn't need to. She could feel it beneath her feet like a heartbeat. The door opened without a sound. Inside, candlelight flickered across aged wallpaper that now pulsed with words she couldn't read. The furniture had teeth. The portraits watched. And the boy stood in the far corner, head tilted, as if trying to remember who she was. "You're late," he said softly. "She's already waking." "Who?" Jude asked. The boy smiled without humor, the one behind the doors, and then the lobby melted away. Jude stood in a library now, her library, but wrong. Books screamed as she passed them, their pages fluttering in panic. The floor was made of names, every forgotten person etched into the tile, and as she stepped on them, they faded into dust. Her sister waited at the checkout desk, except it wasn't her. It was her voice, her silhouette. But when she turned around, her face was blank, and her stomach smiled. "Why didn't you remember me?" she asked. "I tried," Jude said. "I tried so hard." "You let them forget me." "No, you let her in." And then the library collapsed into a hallway. Every door pulsed like an artery, and behind each one, Jude heard a version of her life she didn't live, a child she never had, a fire she didn't escape, a letter she never wrote. The hallway wanted her to choose, to step into a memory and stay. But Jude was different. She had brought the journal, the one thing the inn couldn't eat, because it was truth, written and rewritten in her own hand. She dropped it on the ground and screamed her name. "I am JDU, I rem EMBR, yo Canaan TAAVAESR." The inn trembled, not from fear, from confusion. It had not known resistance like this before. Not from the inside. The boy blinked. The walls flickered. Somewhere deep in the foundation, something growled. She had woken up early. Jude didn't escape the inn. No one ever did. But she did something worse. She heard it. The door slammed behind her, and the building pulsed. Cracks formed in the foundation. Mirrors shattered in unison. And from every room came a low, shrill hum, like hundreds of voices breathing the same single word. Remember, the next day people in East Hallow woke with nosebleeds. Children had nightmares they couldn't explain. And for the first time, someone who had vanished returned. A man, naked, covered in ash, no tongue, no eyes, but in his hand he held a torn page. One sentence written over and over in blood: "She is almost here." Because the Belgrave Inn no longer needed walls to keep them in. Now it was breaking them to get out. They didn't notice the cracks at first. Why would they? They were hairline, thin, just little fractures, sneaking along the baseboards and ceilings of East Hallow's homes, threading their way into kitchens and bedrooms like silver veins. Most blamed the weather. Others cursed faulty foundations. But no one understood what was really happening. That the town was splintering under pressure, not from the ground beneath, but from something beneath that. Something old. Something waking. The Belgrave Inn had never been just a building. That truth was obvious now. It was a shell, a casing, a chrysalis, and inside it something vast had been growing teeth. Jude's disappearance had shaken the town more than her arrival ever did. People remembered her now. Clearly. Not in half-sketched memory or passing glances, but in detail, her voice, her laugh, her tendency to misplace her glasses. They remembered her sister too. Emma. That's what shocked them the most. It was as if the moment Jude screamed her truth inside the inn, it infected everyone around her, broke a seal. But it came with consequences. The inn had changed. No longer still. No longer bound to one lot or road or forgotten corner of a dying town. Its bones were moving, stretching, and the things it had swallowed, grief, guilt, secrets, silence, had begun leaking into the world like smoke under a door. Corey Latchfield was the first to see her, not the boy, not the eyeless guests, her. He worked night shifts at the East Hallow water treatment plant. Loner, quiet, tired all the time. He'd just stepped outside for a smoke when he noticed something wrong with the stars. They were pulsing, rhythmic, not twinkling, throbbing. And then one blinked out, then another, until they formed a shape, a silhouette cut into the sky itself. She stood taller than any structure, draped in what looked like wet curtains stitched from human skin. Her arms were too many. Her face, if it was a face, floated inches above where it should have been, spinning slowly. But it was the smile that broke him. It was her stomach again, always her stomach. The endless red grin, stretching from rib to rib, curling upward, splitting wider as if grinning at the idea of being seen. Corey dropped his cigarette, then dropped to his knees, and began laughing. They found him the next morning. Eyes gone, not missing, turned inward, spiraled back into his skull like worms seeking earth. He was still laughing. They sedated him. Didn't help. He still laughs in his sleep. They say he whispers one word now. The same word over and over. No matter how deep the drugs go. Open. That day, the town changed again. People began finding rooms in their homes that weren't there before. Extra closets. Basements they swore didn't exist. A second floor in a one-story ranch. They would turn a corner, and the wallpaper would be peeling and wet, the floor too warm, the door at the end flickering between being open and shut. Always numbered 217. Sometimes they opened it. Most never had the chance to regret it, because regret was a luxury you only get when you survive. And none of them did. They disappeared, but not cleanly, not completely. Their screams echoed out for days, from toilets, from vents, from unplugged radios. Let me out. One woman's voice sobbed from behind the wall of her child's nursery. I didn't want to remember. The town's edges curled inward. Literally, satellite images showed roads bending, looping into spirals. Traffic signs reversed. Even time itself stuttered. People reported clocks blinking 2:17 over and over, stuck in the same minute that always meant something was about to knock. But worse than the spatial warping, worse than the sensory glitches, were the people. The ones who had been taken began to return. Not all at once, not whole. They'd show up at windows, not knocking, just watching. Their eyes glossy, their bodies bloated, like something had tried to rebuild them from memory, but had gotten the details wrong. They didn't speak, didn't breathe. But their stomachs grinned, wide and toothless. A child saw his mother that way. At the bus stop, she had been dead for 5 years. Now she waited in the fog. And when he ran to her, she opened her mouth, and another version of him screamed from within it. They tried to burn the inn. Of course they did. Jude had mentioned it once, in one of her last journal entries. How she had dreamed of it burning, and yet still standing. But no one listened then. Now they tried. They brought gasoline, torches, axes. They hacked at its walls and watched the wood bleed. The fire danced, and the inn moaned. But it didn't die. It watched. The flames bent inward, sucked into doorways that hadn't existed seconds before. Smoke carried the smell of memory, old books, forgotten perfume, burnt letters. The kind of scent that made you cry without knowing why. By morning, the mob was gone. All of them, except one, a teenager named Lila. She stood at the town square at dawn, naked, hair white, skin carved with numbers. Every inch of her body was covered in 217. Overlapping, scrawled, etched, branded. She didn't blink, didn't move. But her mouth twitched, just enough to show a glimmer of red between her ribs. "She's finished dreaming," she said. Then dropped dead. No blood, just dust. There's no more pretense now. No forgetting. The Belgrave Inn no longer hides. It doesn't bother pretending to be a building anymore. It is the town. Every home a room, every mind a door, and now every guilt, every lie, every silence is just a hallway waiting to be walked. People no longer ask where someone's gone. They ask what version of them came back, and if their eyes are clear, if their stomach is still closed, if they'll knock before coming in. Because somewhere deep beneath the town, something is smiling. And every night, at 2:17, it laughs softly through every pipe, every crack, every breath of wind. She walks now, and there are no exits. Only rooms you haven't opened yet. By now, East Hallow didn't function like a town anymore. It pulsed like a body, groaning through water pipes, twitching at the edges of mirrors, bleeding memory into every window pane. The roads curled into loops that trapped people in their own neighborhoods. Street names changed nightly. Storefronts blinked out of existence mid-morning, and entire families who had lived on the same land for 3 generations awoke one day with no names. No photographs, no record that they had ever been born. No one called it a town anymore. They simply called it what it had become. The Belgrave. No longer just an inn. No longer a place to visit or escape. It was everything now. The streets were its veins. The houses its organs. The people were doors. But there were still a few, just a handful, who remembered what life was like before. They clung to scraps of time, fragments of sanity that the house hadn't consumed yet. They moved in silence, eyes haunted, speech slow and deliberate, as if every word might cost them something. And they all remembered the same thing, though they never said it aloud. The doors are multiplying. They were in walls now, tucked behind peeling wallpaper. Beneath floorboards, inside refrigerators. Some opened on their own. Some required you to say a name you didn't know you knew. Some simply waited until you blinked. But all of them led somewhere, and no 2 places were the same. Mallory Kane was the first to map them. She had once been a cartographer for the county, obsessed with precision, allergic to chaos. When the town began to twist, her obsession turned to desperation. She started sketching what she called the interior map, not of streets or buildings, but of the way doors moved. She marked every location where a new 217 appeared, tracked them with pins, created diagrams of how they connected. She slept 3 hours a night, ate almost nothing. But her work was terrifyingly accurate, until one day it turned on her. She'd been mapping her own home. Pencil tucked behind her ear, chalk marks on the wall, red thread connecting every impossible path. Then she found a new door in her laundry room, behind the dryer. The number was smeared, almost melting into the wood. She didn't enter. She documented it, stared at it for days. And then it opened by itself. They found her hours later, if found was the right word. Her body had been replaced by a mural, painted perfectly on the wall where the door had been. Every detail exact, hair, freckles, even the scars on her knees. But her eyes were moving. Still. Left to right, searching. And beneath her painted feet, A new phrase appeared in wet ink. Every door opened adds another. Some of the townsfolk tried bricking them up. Old-fashioned bricks and mortar, boards and hammers, holy water, salt. None of it lasted. The walls rotted from within. The symbols dissolved, and eventually the doors came back, always with more force. They didn't like being ignored. Others tried bargaining, offering objects, blood, memory. One desperate man offered his wife's voice, cut out of every voicemail, scrubbed from every video, removed from all audio files. He burned cassette tapes with her laughter, thinking he could buy peace. The next day, he was silent. Mouth worked, no sound came. His screams were only visible in his eyes. The door in his basement, still open. Some doors led to childhood. The hallway smelled like soap and sorrow. The walls hung with your drawings. But each memory was wrong. Your father had too many teeth. Your dog blinked sideways. The family photo in the hallway kept replacing your face with the boys. Other doors led to places that never were. Endless stairwells, bone, white corridors filled with rusted swings. A church with a pulpit that grew taller the closer you walked. In one, a man heard his mother singing in the next room. She had died 30 years ago. He walked toward it. They never found the end of that hallway. Just his shoes, clean, untouched, still laced. The boy appeared more now. But he was different. No longer the playful enigma he once had been, trailing guests through the inn with riddles and smiles. Now he was thin, fading, like the image of someone remembered wrong. His face flickered between child and corpse. Sometimes when he spoke, two voices overlapped. "She's inside now," he whispered one evening, standing in a child's crib at 2:17 a.m. Not knocking anymore, just listening. He looked toward the closet, and the child inside the crib began to laugh. Not baby laughter, but something deeper, hungrier. The next day, the child was gone. In its place, a doll, carved perfectly to scale. Lips sewn shut, stomach smiling. And then the walls started breathing. That was the turning point. At first it was subtle. A warmth behind drywall, a hum like air shifting in lungs. Then louder. The plaster began to sweat. Wallpaper rippled. Paint peeled in slow, pulsing waves. And all over town, people woke to the same sensation, the house watching them sleep. Not just one home. All of them. Every wall was a ribcage. Every floor a tongue. Every attic a second throat. And at the center of it all, though she was never seen, she was felt. The woman whose mouth stretched across her stomach, who never spoke with lips, only with absence, she had woken. Now, even the clocks refused to move past 2:17 a.m. No matter when you looked, even in daylight, people would check their watch, and it would click to 2:17. A loop, a ritual, a message. Because she doesn't need time. She is time now. Every second frozen at the moment when the first door was open. When someone should have said no. When someone should have stayed out, but they didn't. And so the doors keep spreading. Each one a memory. Each one a mirror. Each one a mouth waiting to be fed. And the Belgrave Inn, though long gone as a structure, now lives inside every place you've ever avoided. That room in your house you never use. That closet that won't stay shut. That hallway that's too dark even when the light is on. It's already here. You just haven't opened the right door yet. By the time Eleanders returned to East Hallow, the town was almost completely unrecognizable. Though, deep down, he knew he'd never really left. Not in the way that mattered. His body had moved on, sure, 10 years gone and buried in another life, another state, another name. But part of him, the part that knew how many stairs led to the attic of the Belgrave Inn, how many seconds it took for the knocking to start once the clock hit 2:17, and the exact smell of a door that breathes, that part had never stopped listening, and now it was calling him back. He drove all night without GPS, as if his hands knew the way without him. The road grew darker with every mile, though his headlights showed no fog, no trees. Just darkness that moved like liquid, pressing closer the further he drove. He didn't remember turning onto Willow Run. Didn't remember the shape of the street, but there it was, the edge of the town, where the houses hunched together like conspirators, and the street signs whispered numbers instead of names. Ely parked on a street that didn't exist on any map. The air around him pulsed like it was alive. He didn't flinch. He just reached into the glove box, pulled out the old keyring he had hidden in the same place for a decade, and held it tightly in his palm. 12 keys, all different shapes, all taken from rooms that shouldn't exist, each one cold as ice, even now. He stepped out of the car, boots sinking slightly into the earth that pulsed like flesh, and walked toward the place that had never needed an address, because it was already inside you the moment you saw it. The Belgrave Inn didn't wait. It opened, not a creaking door, not a slow invitation. It peeled open, like ribs parting. "The boy stood in the foyer, you came back," he said. His eyes were dark holes now, blacker than the rest of the house, deeper than the rooms they led to. Ely nodded. "I never left," he replied. He passed through the lobby like a surgeon moving through a theater. No hesitation, no curiosity, just cold efficiency. He remembered every angle, every light that never turned off, every painting that bled if you stared too long. But it was different now. It knew he was here, and it was shifting in response. The walls folded around his steps. The portraits turned their faces toward him. The fireplace roared even though no logs lay inside. This wasn't a place anymore. It was a being, and Ely was inside its lungs. Room 217 was waiting, but not just one now. Every hallway branched into dozens of doors. All of them 217. All of them breathing. He could hear them inhale, hold, exhale. Not air, memory. Every door was someone's worst night. Every knob a pulse. He touched none. Instead, he reached into his coat and drew out the first key, brass, dented. It used to unlock the room where a girl named Tessa had seen her sister laugh with someone else's mouth. He placed it against the first door and locked it. The pulse slowed. The knob cooled. The door stopped breathing. The house hissed. He moved quickly after that, room to room, door to door. He didn't open them. That was never the point. He sealed them, one key at a time. Every time he locked a door, he felt something pull behind his eyes, like he was sealing away parts of himself, not just others. With each click, a memory dulled. A face blurred. A name disappeared. When he locked the fifth, he forgot the sound of his mother's voice. When he locked the eighth, he forgot what sunlight felt like. When he locked the ninth, he forgot his own name. But he kept going, because somewhere deep in the house, something shifted every time a door closed. The breathing grew more desperate. The walls shook harder, and the smile in the floor, yes, the floor smiled now, widened in pain. She didn't like being shut out. She had grown too used to the doors opening. On the 11th door, he found her. Not behind it, inside it. The door split open like a wound, and she emerged. Not walking, not crawling, just falling upward, her limbs flickering like bad film. Her stomach grinned impossibly wide, the teeth inside twitching like fingers. Her eyes, where her eyes should have been, open like trapdoors, revealing memories Ely had tried to bury. Jude, Milo, Victoria, even himself, fractured and crying in a corner of his own mind. "You're trying to seal me," she whispered. Her voice wasn't her own, it was everyone's. All at once. "But I am every open door. You can't lock what you've already let in." Ely raised the 12th key. It shimmered. Bone, white, smooth. It had no teeth, just a long, perfect shaft. She lunged. The hallway collapsed. The floor swallowed itself. Every wall twisted. And still, he held the key and drove it into her chest. The scream wasn't sound. It was light. It poured out of her in jagged shapes, ripping through the house. Every painting exploded. Every mirror cracked. Every room screamed the names of the people who had once entered them. And for a moment, just a flicker, he saw the true shape of the inn. It wasn't a building, it was him. All of them. A tangle of guilt and silence, of moments never spoken aloud, of doors that should have stayed closed. a living graveyard of choice. And now the last door was locked. When Illy awoke, the house was gone. Not burned, not ruined, just gone. The street was empty. The sky was blue. His hands were clean. No keys in his pocket. He didn't remember how he got there. Didn't remember who he was. Only that something inside him felt lighter. He walked to the edge of East Hollow and kept walking. Behind him, the wind shifted. Somewhere, faintly, a door creaked. But it didn't open. Not yet. Because Eli had locked them all. But doors aren't destroyed when locked. They're waiting. And some night, when someone new finds a hallway that goes too far, when a closet they never use yawns wider than it should, when the clock stops again at 2:17, they'll find one of Eli's doors. And if they turn the knob, the smile will return. Because she's not gone, just sealed. And she's still hungry. The town had stopped pretending. Whatever East Hollow once was. A sleepy line of homes stitched together with silence. A town of birthdays and funerals and Wednesday trash pickups. It had shed that skin. What remained wasn't a place anymore. It was a memory. Half rotted, half repeating. A memory that whispered through gutters, slithered between attic beams, and echoed from closets that never stayed shut. And although Eli Anders had locked the last door, although he had driven the bone key into the thing that smiled too wide, the Belgrave Inn wasn't destroyed. It was dormant. And dormancy is not death. In the days following the final scream that split the sky and shook every glass pane in East Hollow, there was quiet. No new doors appeared. The boy with black eyes stopped showing up in mirrors. The hour 2:17 passed like any other minute. People began to believe the nightmare was over. Or worse, they convinced themselves it had never been real. The town started calling it the sleep event, a collective hallucination, maybe mold, maybe gas leaks, maybe just grief shared and stretched across too many tired faces. But that was a lie, a necessary one. The truth still lingered, written behind their eyes. And the first person to remember again was a girl named Mira Locke. Mira was 12, old enough to understand death, but still young enough to see things adults refused to believe in. Her parents never let her go near the old district where the inn had once stood. Said it was condemned, dangerous, infested with unstable ground. But Mira had dreams. Every night, the same dream, a hallway of polished wood, a light bulb flickering overhead, and at the far end, a door with a brass number 217. Only this door was different. It didn't breathe. It didn't moan or flicker or pulse. It knocked, softly, 3 times, always 3, and every night, when she approached it, the dream ended. Until one night it didn't. She opened it. Inside was nothing. Not darkness, nothing. The absence of light, of time, of sense. But something within the void moved. She couldn't see it. She could only feel it, like a song with no melody, a memory you hadn't made yet. It touched her, not on the skin, but behind her eyes. And it said, "I remember you." She woke up screaming. Sweat soaked through her sheets. Her window was open, though she never touched it, and scrawled on the inside of the glass. In long wet streaks was a number. She rubbed it away. It reappeared. Over the next few days, strange things began happening around Mira. At first, only to her. Shadows moved in the corners even when the lights were on. The family dog whimpered when she entered the room. She spoke aloud once and heard her voice answer itself from the wrong direction. But then it spread. Other kids started dreaming about the hallway. One boy disappeared after recess. The teacher found his shoes on the swing set, still warm. His backpack was in the hallway, but the security cameras only showed static between 2:16 and 2:18 p.m. When they asked Mira what she saw, she lied. She said she didn't know. But the truth bloomed in her chest like mold. She knew exactly what was happening. The first door, the original one, the one that had appeared long before the Belgrave Inn had ever been built, was back, not just unlocked, rebuilt. No one knew its origin. Not even the boy. Not even the thing that smiled through its belly and spoke through its silence. But the door had existed long before it had a number, long before Eli sealed it, long before East Hallow ever whispered its name. It had waited in the cracks of human sorrow, in the pauses between heartbeats, in the guilt that never got spoken aloud. It was the first invitation, not to enter, but to let it in. Mira didn't know why it had chosen her, only that it had. She began to see the world fray at the edges. Corners of buildings fluttered like paper. The stars changed positions in the sky. She walked past a man downtown and felt him flicker, like he was barely stitched into the moment. The house next door, once blue, was now gray, then black, then gone, and in its place, a door freestanding, no hinges, no frame. Just a door in the grass, upright, waiting. She touched it, and saw herself standing on the other side, older, blood in her teeth, eyes dark, and she smiled. Not with her mouth, with her stomach. Mira ran home. She tried to tell her parents. They stared at her like she was speaking another language. Her father asked who she was. Her mother kept blinking, like she was trying to remember the shape of her own child's face. The house groaned, and a new closet appeared at the end of the hall. Unmarked, except for the number. That night, Mira made a choice. She didn't run. She didn't hide. She opened the closet. Inside wasn't a room. It was the hallway again. Endless, lit by a single swinging bulb. This time the boy was there. He looked worse, thinner, stretching, fading. He pointed past her, toward the door that was still waiting at the far end. "She's trying to wake up," he whispered. "You're the last one who still remembers." "Remembers what?" Mira asked. His eyes flickered, and for the first time, he looked afraid. "That you didn't come from here. That she didn't make you." She walked to the door. It didn't open. It unfolded. And the void beyond it wasn't empty anymore. It was filled with people. Not screaming, smiling. Their mouths soon shut, but their stomachs wide open, beckoning. One of them stepped forward, Eli, older now, eyes hollow, hands shaking. He reached out. "You have to shut it before she fully wakes." "She's already here," Mira whispered. "No," Eli said. "She's still watching. She watches through you." And then he collapsed into dust. When Mira woke up, she wasn't in her bed. She was in her hallway, her real hallway. But every door now bore the number 217. Her parents were gone. The air buzzed with static, and from behind one of the doors, she heard her name spoken in her own voice, soft, gentle. Then, knock, knock, knock. The return of the first door was not an event. It was a ripple, and it had reached the edge of forgetting. Now it was clawing back in, and Mira stood at the center. The last memory of a time before the house owned everything, but even she could feel it slipping. Because every door opened is another step closer. And the next one, it won't be in East Hallow. It'll be yours. They say it happened quietly, which in itself was unnatural. Towns don't disappear without sirens, screams, or at least the echo of resistance. But East Hallow folded like a page turned too fast, vanishing into the spine of something much larger than geography. Those who remained, if they were still people in the end, did not cry out. They didn't run. They simply walked into their own reflections, into doors that hadn't existed yesterday, into hallways that bent back into the same 3 rooms over and over until even their thoughts began looping. It began the day after Mira Locke vanished, not in a puff of smoke, not in blood. She simply blinked, gone. Her parents, who by then had lost all recognition of her name or shape, stood at the dinner table with 3 plates, not realizing why there were tears in their eyes. The radio played a song that hadn't been written yet, and the power in the house surged as if something larger had plugged itself in. Down the street, where a mailbox once sat crooked, there was now a door. Freestanding, painted bone white. No house behind it, just that door. And on the wood, scratched deep and almost pulsating in the light, was a number 0. It wasn't 217, it was before that. A man named Grayson Pike was the first to step through it. He had lived in East Hallow his entire life. Retired. Widowed. The kind of man who kept paper receipts for 20 years and spoke to no one but his cat. But that day when he saw the door, he dropped the leash he didn't remember holding, crossed the street barefoot, and touched the handle. He didn't open it. It opened him. From the chest outward, like a book read in reverse. No blood, just pages. Pages filled with names, scratched in looping ink that pulsed under the words. His cat sat calmly nearby, watching. Later the cat disappeared too. And the door. It was now on the other side of town. What no one yet realized was that East Hallow was no longer a location. It was a system. The town had become a mechanism, a spiraling pocket of reality that had only one purpose: to contain the memory of the Belgrave Inn, and to nourish the thing inside it with remembering. But now the machine was failing. The seals were breaking. The rooms were opening on their own. And at the center, beneath the foundation of the original structure, something had begun to stir. A heart that did not beat in rhythm, but in memory. Each thump a thought, each contraction a door. They tried to leave. Some did. Packed cars, loaded up on food and flashlights. But the roads changed behind their wheels. Gas stations turned into antique stores that sold only photos of people you once knew. Rest stops became libraries filled with books made of stitched skin. One man drove 30 miles only to arrive at his own house's driveway again. Only this time, the house was taller, older, breathing, and his son was waiting at the porch despite having died 5 years ago, smiling. Not with his mouth, with the line that stretched across his gut like a second grin. "Come inside, Dad. We never finished dinner." The man went inside. They all did. There were no more clocks. All time now bent toward 1:17. No matter where you were in town, your watch would tick toward it. Your phone would freeze at it. Your microwave would blink it in Morse code. And when it arrived, something would knock. Not always at the door. Sometimes inside your mirror. Sometimes from your closet. Sometimes from behind your teeth. 3 knocks. Always 3. And if you answered, if you even looked in the direction of the sound, your house would shift. And a new door would appear. Not in the house. In you. Children began drawing the inn again. Not just the facade. Its guts. They drew floor plans they had never seen. Rooms with slanted ceilings and bone chandeliers. Stairwells that descended into screaming mouths. One little girl, no more than 8, handed her teacher a drawing during free time. It showed the teacher herself, weeping in a bathtub that was slowly being filled with memories. Photographs, ticket stubs, fingernails. "What's this, sweetie?" The girl blinked once and whispered, "You drown in the past." The house said so. That night, the teacher went home and found an envelope in her mailbox. No postage, no return address. Inside, a photo she had burned 10 years ago, of someone she swore she had forgotten. The ink dripped, the edges bled. By then, no one questioned the changes. People simply adapted. They drew lots for who would sleep closest to the new closets. They taught their children not to answer voices unless they heard them with both ears. They stopped using mirrors altogether. They stuffed towels under the bathroom door at 2:17. And they wrote down their own names every morning, just in case they forgot who they were by nightfall. And in the center of it all, beneath the streets, beneath the empty foundations, beneath the floorboards that no longer connected to anything real, she moved. The thing that had worn the shape of a woman. The one whose mouth was where her stomach should be. Who never spoke unless you remembered her name, and then never stopped speaking. She did not walk. Not anymore. She slithered through memory. She chewed on forgotten grief, and with each person that opened a door, any door, she got closer. Not to them. To us. Because East Hallow was never the final place, it was just the first. And the doors, they're spreading now. Not through towns. Through people. And the moment you think of her, the moment you picture a door marked 2:17, creaking open in a hallway that shouldn't exist, you become part of it. You become another way in. So if you feel something knocking deep inside your chest, if you dream of hallways that breathe, if you find yourself writing numbers you don't understand on napkins and walls, don't open anything. Not closets, not cupboards, not even your mouth. Because she's listening now, and she's already chosen the next town. It didn't have a name, not anymore. It had one once, a signpost at the edge of a quiet place where the forest clung tightly to the roads and strangers rarely stayed long. The town had a bakery where the owner left extra bread on the stoop at night, a post office that hadn't changed its layout in 50 years, and a school with broken heating in one wing but windows so wide the sun never had to apologize. It was peaceful. And like most peaceful places, it was the perfect target. The signpost is still there, crooked now, and rusting, the paint stripped away by something wetter than weather. No one remembers the name that used to hang from it. They drive past and feel it in their chests. A tug, a coldness, a yawning emptiness. The kind you feel when you forget someone you used to love and don't know why you're crying. That's what the town had become, a blank spot in memory, shaped like grief. But it hadn't always been blank. It had names, families, an autumn festival with bad folk bands and good cider, children who chalked the sidewalks in front of the library. But the first time the number appeared, just a single digit, barely visible on the side of a train car that rumbled through the valley, it began unraveling. One number, 217. Just that, painted in red, not dripping, just drying. People said it was a coincidence, just a car number, a maintenance tag, maybe graffiti. But then it showed up on a gas pump, then on receipts, then burned into toast at the diner. People laughed at first, made jokes, called it viral marketing, said it was probably some weird art project or prank. Until the dreams started. They came softly at first, nothing dramatic, just a hallway, always the same hallway. Wooden floor, light bulb swaying above, doors lining each side, repeating, infinite. And at the very end, one door marked clearly. Some people turned back, most didn't. And when they touched the handle, they didn't scream. They just woke up, changed. They forgot their address, then their phone number, then the names of their children. Their houses shifted. Rooms they'd never seen appeared. Walls curved inward. Closets clicked open in the middle of the night and whispered softly to no one. And then the knocking began. One man tried to burn his house down. He'd dreamt of the door for 3 weeks straight, and every morning he'd find another trace of it, not in his house, in himself. A bruise shaped like a keyhole, a birthmark that hadn't been there before, shaped like a doorknob. On the last day, he took a can of gasoline and a matchbook and walked into the hallway that smelled too sweet to be his. The fire started, but it didn't spread. It went down, and when the firefighters arrived, the house was gone. Just gone, but the floor, still warm, and in the ash, unburned and untouched, stood a single white door, no hinges, just wood, and the number, 217. Children started speaking in unison, not all the time, just at 217. A dozen students in a third grade class stood up, eyes open but empty, and said together, "She's almost home now." Then sat back down and resumed their coloring. Another child, alone in her room, recited a list of names that didn't exist. Her parents wrote them down, all of them gone. Every name traced back to someone who had vanished in East Hallow. But East Hallow was gone now. No maps, no mentions, no mail. The town didn't just disappear, it was devoured. And the thing that ate it, she was still hungry. One night, a woman opened her medicine cabinet to find it had no back, just blackness, and in it, a staircase descending. She slammed the mirror shut. In the reflection, her face didn't match. Her stomach smiled. A boy tried to cut open his mattress, after hearing breathing beneath it for days. When he ripped it open, there were stairs inside, real ones. Wooden, dusty, the kind you'd find in a cellar that hadn't been opened since the Civil War. They descended into darkness, and at the bottom, someone knocked. Once, twice, then paused. He screamed. But his parents didn't believe him. They tucked him in that night. And in the morning, just an empty bed. And a note on the pillow. I finally opened it. The people who tried to leave found the roads turned back on themselves. Time stuttered. One family drove for hours and arrived at the same gas station 4 times. The sun never rose. Their clock spun. At 2:17 a.m., the youngest child opened the back seat window and whispered, "She sees us now." The car stopped. The child was gone. No door, no scream, just gone. The mother opened the glove compartment and found her son's eye, perfectly preserved, looking up. The town tried to warn the world, tried to send photos, videos, letters, but the files always corrupted, voices reversed in recordings, handwriting rearranged into spirals. Every attempt to share became a message of invitation. A flyer that had once read "Help US" now read "Say she's home. Stay. Stay AY." It's not a town anymore, it's her spine. The roads curve to match her ribs. The houses are ribs themselves. And every person inside is just a door now, waiting to be opened, waiting for someone else to remember them, to speak their name, to say "I knew them," and let the memory resurrect. But once you do, she knows where you are, because memory is how she travels, not on feet, not through wind, but through remembrance. And if you're thinking about her now, if you're remembering 207 Will, if you're wondering whether the hallway you once dreamt about when you were a child, the one with no end, was just a dream, it wasn't. She's already in your walls, and soon she'll be in your name. They said it started with the echoes, not the loud, shouting kind, but the soft sort, barely. They're reverberations that didn't belong to the original voice. You'd say something mundane, "I'm home," or "I'll be right back," and from somewhere in your house, faint and far behind, your words would repeat, sometimes a full second later, sometimes hours, and sometimes it wasn't your voice at all. That was how they came back, the ones the house had taken. Not in body, not in sight, but as shadows in your speech, lingering in your throat long after you stopped talking. By the time the town accepted that voices could no longer be trusted, it was already too late. People began speaking less. They learned to hold their thoughts inside, to guard their mouths like secrets. Silence became survival. But even silence wasn't safe anymore, because the voices had learned how to live inside it. At first, it was subtle. You'd be alone, trying to rest, and you'd hear breathing. Not loud, just enough to make your ears twitch. You'd check the house. Empty, but the breathing stayed. It was in the walls. Not from within the insulation or the pipes, but inside the wood itself, like the planks had lungs. And if you pressed your ear close enough, you could hear words forming, faint syllables pushing through layers of plaster like worms. They didn't say anything you wanted to hear. They asked you about regrets. They whispered names you thought you'd buried. They said, "We remember you." One night, a woman named Tess Mallory walked into her basement to check the water heater. She never came back. But the next day, her husband heard her voice. She called from the hallway, not screaming, just casual. "Can you come here for a second?" He ran toward it. Nothing. Later, he heard it again. From the mirror this time, then from the pipes, then from inside his dreams. Tess never returned, but her voice never left. The doors, long since spread through the town, had begun to talk. Not in sentences, not in English, but in pulses of thought, emotion, and memory. If you stood near them, you didn't hear words. You felt them. You'd remember things you never lived. You'd dream of people you never met. You'd wake up crying for strangers. And if you stayed too close too long, you'd forget your name. No one called it a haunting anymore. Hauntings have rules. This didn't. It was a merger between memory and place, between house and mind. The town had stopped being a town. It was now the collective afterimage of everyone who had ever thought about room 217. It lived in dreams, in whispers, in phone lines, in the sound a fork makes when it touches porcelain. It had no fixed address anymore. and it had begun reaching out. Somewhere, 3 towns over, a woman named Lena Price found a voicemail on her phone. No number, no caller ID, just static. Then her own voice. Except it wasn't a recording. It was responding. And it said, "I'm sorry for what I did. I want to come back." Lena hadn't said those words, but she knew exactly what they meant. And when she looked in the mirror, she saw herself blinking too slowly. The next morning, her mouth didn't work, but her stomach smiled. Children were the worst affected. They were still open, still soft. They started drawing blueprints of homes they'd never lived in, sketches of staircases that twisted into themselves. They whispered to walls, calling them by name. They didn't cry anymore. They didn't speak in class. They listened. One teacher found a student alone in a closet, rocking slowly. When she opened the door, the child looked up and said, "She's learning how to be a house." Then came the bleed-throughs. People hearing entire conversations from other lives. A woman making tea would suddenly recall the sound of her own death, screams, blood, and the wet scrape of the 217 door swinging shut. A man driving would blink and see an entire corridor unfold before him on the highway. Doors lining the road, each one breathing. A boy playing piano froze mid-note. His mother asked what was wrong. He said, "The keys are teeth." She's chewing the song. He never played again. Some tried to run still, but running only made it faster. The farther you went, the more you heard it. Your own footsteps, delayed by a beat. Your own voice, trailing behind you like a second breath. And always, always the knock. 3 times. Once in your head, once in your home, and once in your name. Some wrote letters, warning others. Those letters arrived blank. Some tried to record the sounds. The recordings were laughter, children laughing. But the sound went on too long, grew too deep. And by the end, it wasn't laughter anymore. It was chewing. Eventually, people stopped using the number. They tried saying the door or that room. Didn't help. Because she doesn't need the number anymore. She knows you mean her. The moment your thoughts bend toward the memory. The moment you replay the dream you swore you never had. The hallway, the light bulb, the whisper. You've given her a way in. A foothold. A crack. And she will wait there. She always waits. Behind a smile that isn't quite yours. Behind a reflection that blinks twice when you only blinked once. Behind that voice that repeats what you just said 1 second too late. Not to mimic, not to mock, but to move in. Because you've left the door open. And voices like hers don't knock to be polite. They knock because you've already invited them. It started with the mail. Letters that didn't belong. Not addressed to the current occupants. Not forwarded from old tenants. Just single sheets of yellowing paper, sealed in unmarked envelopes, tucked into mailboxes like they'd always been there. Each carried a message handwritten in jittering strokes, barely legible, as if the hand that wrote them was shaking or not human. And every letter said the same thing: "We haven't forgotten you. Room 217 is waiting." It was absurd at first, easy to dismiss. Spam, a prank, maybe viral marketing for a horror film, until the letters stopped coming. And then came the answers. Folded pages slipped beneath doorways, etched into frost on car windows, scrawled in toothpaste on bathroom mirrors. All in the same broken script: "Then we'll come to you." Some houses began changing without warning. A wall where a hallway used to be. A hallway where the kitchen had always been. Doorways that connected to the wrong rooms. One woman woke to find a staircase in her pantry. Her screams woke the neighborhood, but by the time help arrived there was no staircase. Just rows of soup cans, all labeled 217. And the more you noticed it, the faster it grew. You'd walk past your coat closet and feel a breeze. Not cold air. Breath. And if you dared to look, if you opened the door and expected coats or cleaning supplies or old shoes, you might find a narrow corridor instead. Lit by a single, swinging bulb. Wooden floors. Wallpaper peeling like old scabs. And far down, always at the end, the door, 217, It never opened toward you, always inward, always waiting. People changed, subtly at first. They became quieter. Eyes lingered too long on corners, voices delayed by a half second. Then it got worse. Smiles too wide, laughter that didn't quite match the joke. One man walked into the grocery store, grabbed a dozen eggs, and started smashing them against his chest. When security approached, he looked up, blood trickling from his nose, and said, "There's no yolk inside. Just teeth now." He didn't blink for 9 minutes. When they questioned him, he said only one thing: "I remembered the room." But what terrified the town most wasn't what they saw. It was what they remembered seeing. People began recalling visits to the Belgrave Inn who had never left their county. Old men described waking up in stairwells with shifting walls. Children recalled eating soup served by a woman with no face, her mouth a vertical slit across her torso. A priest confessed that he once gave last rites to a woman who was already grinning. And in every story, the same element appeared. The hallway, the door, room 217. The memories weren't real, but they weren't false either. They were gifts, little seeds planted by the house. Because she was learning, not just how to reach you, how to build herself inside you. One recollection at a time. One forgotten detail made visible again. One thought that didn't belong to you, but settled anyway. You remembered a smell, burnt flowers and mildew. You remembered a sound, like fingers tapping against teeth. You remembered someone asking you which room was yours. And even if you'd never been inside the inn, your mouth formed the answer. 217. The boy came back. Not physically. His shape appeared on TV static, on cracked phone screens, in the spots behind your eyelids just before sleep. He didn't ask riddles anymore. He just counted, backwards. 5 doors left, then 4, then 3. Each number coincided with another person gone. Not dead, just rewritten. Their homes gutted from the inside, replaced with mazes of stairs, windows that showed places they'd never been, walls that bled when you whispered their name. They weren't missing. They were rooms now. Rooms that breathed. Rooms that remembered. Someone tried to map it again, just like Mallory Kane once had. This time, a teenager named Alice. She traced the appearances, the changes, the vanishings, and she noticed something that chilled her worse than any door. It was spelling something. The new homes. The layout of the streets. The new construction that was always approved by a zoning board that hadn't met in years. The shapes spelled letters. Huge, slow, architectural letters. They were building a name. Letter by letter. And that name, it was yours. Because once she knows you remember, she doesn't just haunt you, she inhabits you. You stop dreaming your own dreams. You stop thinking in your own voice. You start wondering things you never asked before, like how many steps does it take to reach the bottom of the hallway? Whose bones are those in the wallpaper? What's the taste of silence when it's warm and breathing? And when you reach for your doorknob, your hand trembles, not because you're afraid to go outside, but because you're afraid of what might already be inside. And the door. It doesn't need to appear anymore, because she no longer waits on the other side. She is the door. She is the memory, the breath behind your voice, the blink you didn't notice, the word you didn't mean to write. She's the part of your house that creaks when no one is walking. And once you speak her number, or even think it, she knows where to build the next room. So don't say it. Don't speak it. Don't write it. Don't even count past 216. Because once you hit that number, she's already opened you. It began to speak through the walls, not in tongues, not in screams, but in voices that once belonged to you. Not borrowed, not stolen. Yours, spoken back to you, fractured, shuffled, and sent crawling through the plaster. It started with sentences you didn't remember saying. You'd be brushing your teeth and hear, from inside the drywall, "I'll be right back." The tone perfect, the cadence exact, but you never said it. Not that way, not in that room. And yet, it was you. Your own voice, like a recording made from a dream you forgot waking from. Then came the laughter. Not malicious at first, playful, familiar. You'd be sitting alone, and suddenly, from just behind the couch, you'd hear yourself laughing, but not for any reason. Just a short burst, as if the walls had caught the moment and decided to return it. Except the laugh didn't stop. It would echo, longer, thicker, and slowly it would change pitch, falling into something deeper, something wet, until it wasn't laughter anymore. It was chewing, and still, people refused to believe it was happening, until they heard the voices speaking over them. Not whispering anymore, correcting them. You'd say, "I'm tired," and from the radiator, "No, you're afraid." You'd say, "I'll take the trash out," and from the sink, "You'll never leave." One man reported hearing a lullaby sung back to him, one he sang to his daughter, who had passed away 3 years ago. The voice was her tone, her gentle lilt, but the words weren't right. "Rockabye baby, the cradle will fall down into room 217. Down past the wall." The town knew by now what was coming, but knowing didn't help. The house, no longer bound to the shape of the Belgrave Inn, had learned to mold itself around the bones of any structure. It wasn't just that rooms were changing. Entire homes were being rewritten. You'd go to sleep in your childhood bedroom and wake up in a space that remembered something else. The wallpaper was older than you remembered. The smell, too familiar to be yours alone. Sometimes you'd see yourself in a picture frame, but not yourself. A version, tilted, crooked, wearing the same clothes, but not blinking at the right moments. People turned to silence. They stopped talking in their own homes, whispered in closets, taped over vents. But nothing could stop the house from hearing, because it had stopped listening through ears. It listened through memory. It used what you tried to forget. One woman, silent for weeks, wrote her confessions in a journal she buried in the woods. But the next morning, she found her handwriting, word for word, burned into her bed sheets. She tried burning them. The smoke spelled out her secrets. Another man refused to speak for 30 days, ate through straws, slept in a sensory deprivation tank. But the tank began echoing his childhood fears back to him in his father's voice. "Don't lock your door, son. We're already inside." He broke on day 31. He hasn't spoken since. And it wasn't just the walls anymore. The voices traveled now, in water, in wires, in dust. People reported hearing voices when the tap ran, full sentences in perfect harmony, layered whispers from a dozen throats, all saying the same thing: there is no room left but 217. When the power flickered, the lights would pulse in Morse code. 1 blink, pause. 2 blinks. 1, 7 blinks. Then a soft hum, not from the bulb, from the socket, as if electricity had learned how to think. The more people tried to cover it, the deeper it sank into the structure of the town. Books rewritten themselves. Every novel began the same way: welcome back to the hallway. Street signs rusted overnight and reformed into names that hadn't been spoken in years. One stoplight flashed only at 217, and during that minute, if you looked into the rearview mirror, you saw the hallway. You always saw the hallway. One boy took a photo of it. He tried to show his parents. But the image wasn't on the phone anymore, just a looping video of him sleeping. And in the final frame, just before the screen blacked out, his reflection blinked, but the real boy hadn't. They found him the next morning smiling in bed. His eyes were gone, 2 clean holes. No blood, just absence. Like someone had erased the part that could still look away. The whispers grew louder and more personal. They didn't speak in riddles anymore. They said things only you could know. They'd say your childhood address, the nickname you never told anyone. They'd describe the smell of your first home, the one that burned down, and mention the name of the firefighter who held your mother's hand. And always, at the end of the sentence, room 217 remembers you. Not we, not she. The room itself. Because the room had grown past being part of a house. It was the house now, and the house was growing everywhere. A call went out to shut the town down, seal the roads, evacuate. But the voice on the emergency broadcast channel kept looping, repeating the same phrase, shelter in the hallway, await your door. And if you listened closely, you could hear footsteps behind it, marching, dozens, maybe hundreds. The house was preparing for something final, not to open another door, to become the only door. You don't hear voices anymore, do you? You feel them now, in your jaw, in your ribs. They settle like humidity, just enough to fog your thoughts. You wonder where you left your keys, why your childhood home feels closer than ever, why your dreams smell like rotting wallpaper and wax, why your mirror flickers when you smile, why you say things you don't remember saying. The voices don't echo anymore. They replace, one word at a time, until you're not the one speaking anymore, until the house isn't whispering to you, but through you. And when you open your mouth to scream, it knocks 3 times. And then, room 217 says, welcome home. By now, the town no longer had a heartbeat of its own. It beat to something else's rhythm, a slower, deeper pulse that echoed beneath the ground and through the foundations of every home, every school, every church pew. It vibrated low in the walls, not a sound, but a presence, like standing next to something massive and asleep, only realizing too late that it wasn't sleeping anymore. The town had become a husk wrapped around a new kind of consciousness. It remembered too much, and forgetting it was no longer an option. They called them sleepers, not because they slept in beds, but because they waited, tucked behind walls, folded in crawl spaces, curled inside the curves of ceilings. People who once walked the town and now were only heard in the night, sighing, breathing, sometimes singing lullabies that no one taught them. It started with the missing, the people who vanished without doors, without screams, just gone. But they hadn't gone far. A plumber found one first, tearing out drywall in a kitchen that stank of mold and old flowers. He pulled back insulation and saw a mouth, still breathing, embedded in the wood, lips cracked, whispering words too soft to understand. He ran, called the police. When they came, the wall was smooth again, but the wallpaper now had patterns of teeth. The stories came faster after that. A man replacing floorboards pulled up a plank and found an ear pressed against the underside, listening. He shouted in horror, but it was already gone. Only later did he realize his own left ear no longer worked. Another woman claimed her daughter spoke to her from the oven vent every night, even though she'd been missing for a year. She's not trapped, the mother whispered. She's nested. She says she likes it in there. Says the house is soft. Says it sings. People tried to dig, to find out how far it went beneath. One group of construction workers broke ground near the town square and discovered a stairwell where there had never been one. Stone steps, covered in ash. It smelled of smoke and hair and something sweet. Only one of them went down. He was never seen again. The others reported hearing knocking from beneath the dirt, always 3 times. Then silence. Then their own names, whispered from inside the shovels. And the sound of breathing, miles down, not rapid, rhythmic, patient. The sleepers weren't dead, they weren't ghosts. They were remnants, pieces of memory caught in the house's expanding mind. Every time someone tried to leave the town, one of them would appear. Not on the road, not in plain sight, but on the edge of a reflection, in the shadows just past the rearview mirror. A figure you couldn't quite describe, standing still. And if you looked too long, your memories would stutter. Your name would falter on your lips, and you'd wake up back in your own bed, convinced you'd never left. And that now, something was watching you sleep. They began appearing more boldly, not hiding anymore. You'd open your fridge and see eyes blinking behind the milk. Walk past your living room and see someone standing against the far wall, nose almost touching it, whispering nonsense into the paint. No matter how fast you turned, they never moved. But the moment you blinked, gone, until you heard breathing in the vents again. Children were the first to accept them. They stopped being afraid. They started leaving offerings, crayon, drawings tucked under the floorboards, candy pushed into corners, dolls placed in attic spaces. One girl began speaking only to the wall beside her bed. "She says I'll have a room of my own soon," she told her mother. "You already have a room," her mother said. "No," the girl replied, eyes far away. "A forever room." The next morning, her bed was gone. Just an open square in the floor, no hole beneath it, just absence, and the faint smell of old wood and decay. The sleepers began singing. It started at 2:17 every morning. A chorus of low, humming voices. No words at first, just toned vibration, a lullaby without lyrics. Then came the harmonies, and then came the names. Not of the dead, of the living. You'd be lying in bed and hear your name sung in 12, part harmony from inside your walls. They didn't call you to come. They welcomed you, like they already knew you were on your way. People tried to tear their houses down. Demolitions failed. Explosives didn't detonate. One man lit a fire in every room of his home. It went out in seconds. No smoke, no heat. Just charred words on the floorboards, "We've already moved in." He hanged himself that night. Neighbors said they still see his shadow pacing through the empty lot. But there's no house there anymore. Just a door, freestanding, numbered 217. Some tried to live with it, pretend the voices weren't there. They played loud music, slept with fans on. But the house adapted. The voices grew stronger. The whispers sank deeper. They would speak not in sounds, but in sensations, the tingle in your jaw when you're being watched, the warmth of a breath that isn't yours, the feeling of your own name slipping out of reach like a balloon string in wind. The house wasn't haunting anymore. It was building. Every whisper laid a brick. Every forgotten name poured cement. And the walls, they weren't built to keep anything out. They were built to keep you in. There was a theory the sleepers weren't people who had been taken, but people who had given in. They let the house remember for them. Let it carry their regrets, their shame, their unsaid thoughts. And in return, the house gave them something no living soul could ever promise, a place where they would never be forgotten, where their stories would echo forever, where their names would be sung in the walls every night as the foundation hummed. A home without death, a home without escape, a home built of memory and breath and hunger. So when you sit in your home tonight and you hear something shifting in the walls, a sigh, a laugh, your own name said softly, don't respond. Don't whisper back. Don't ask who's there, because they already know you're listening. And the moment you reply, you're one of them, a voice in someone else's house, a hum in someone else's dream, another sleeper in the walls. There are some names you whisper, some you sing, some you never say aloud. And then there's the name that doesn't exist until it's remembered. She didn't have a name until someone gave it to her. Not once, but many times, by many mouths, each repeating the same sound in moments of confusion, grief, or fear. At first, it had no meaning, just a strange noise muttered in dreams or etched into notebooks while sleepwalking. But the more people said it, the more solid she became. Not visible, not yet, but present, and growing. It began as a rumor. A girl in a nearby town spoke it in her sleep, again and again. Her parents couldn't get her to stop. They tried praying, tried medicine, tried silence. But still, every night, Nalara, Nalara, Nalara. The word sounded like static and honey. It lingered in the room after she said it, soaking into the curtains and walls. Her parents started dreaming about staircases. Endless, breathing, blood-warm staircases. Then one morning, the girl was gone. Not abducted, not vanished, just misplaced. Like a book returned to the wrong shelf. All they found was a note, written in syrupy ink, looping and childlike. It said, "I heard her. Now, she's inside the name." The town kept quiet at first. Who would believe them? The house that remembers, the doors that open on their own, the people who breathe in vents. These were already too much to explain. But now, the idea of a name taking shape, it sounded ridiculous. Until more people started saying it. Not deliberately, they'd stutter it mid-sentence. Say it instead of someone's name. Answer the phone with it. One man introduced himself as Nalara at a town meeting, only to collapse seconds later, seizing, whispering the number 217 over and over while his eyes bled. People began hearing it everywhere. On the wind. In the static between radio stations. Written on receipts they hadn't printed. One woman claimed she saw it growing under her fingernails. Letter by letter in perfect cursive. She wore gloves for the rest of her life. Others said it came out when they were alone. Brushed into dust on a windowsill. Scratched behind their eyelids when they closed their eyes. No one dared to say it anymore. But some couldn't help it. The ones who did. They changed. The first sign was disorientation. A kind of mental stutter. You'd forget what day it was, then forget how to count, then forget how to forget. Thoughts repeated. Rooms folded in on themselves. You'd walk through a door and come out of the ceiling. You'd start a sentence, and someone else would finish it. In your voice. Then came the hunger. Not for food. For remembrance. They'd ask strangers to tell them old stories. To describe childhood memories. They'd weep when hearing names that didn't belong to them. They didn't want to eat memories. They wanted to be filled with them. Because the more they remembered, the more they became her. The town burned their names from records. Scratched them off gravestones. Deleted phone contacts. But it didn't work. Because she wasn't inside documents or paper. She was inside the spaces left after. The holes left by forgetting. The air that remained when a name was erased. That's where she grew. One child was caught whispering to a wall for 7 hours. When his parents pulled him away, his tongue had vanished, smooth, pink, and wordless. He never spoke again, but every time a storm hit, his voice came through the static of the TV, repeating 3 words, "She is written." It didn't matter what form she took. She wasn't tied to a body. She was a resonance, an echo pressed into wood and thought. A scent remembered in the middle of the night. A shape in a mirror just before you turned on the light. Every time someone said her name, even in warning, they gave her shape, a contour, a curve, like drawing her in the air with their breath, one by one. The people who spoke it started disappearing, not vanishing, but warping. Their bones didn't break. They rearranged. Some began folding into walls. Others pressed into furniture, screaming from the grain of a table or behind the glass of a picture frame. One woman was found inside her mattress. Eyes sewn open with hair, her lips still moving, trying to say the name. No one cut her out. They just locked the door and sold the house. The next family lasted 2 nights. And then came the reflections. They were the ones who didn't speak the name, but thought it, dwelt on it, carried it like a wound behind the eyes. Their shadows began to act on their own. Their reflections smiled when they didn't. At first, it was just a delay, a millisecond, then a full second. Then, one night, someone leaned into a mirror and asked it, "What are you?" And it answered. Not with a sound, with a change. The reflection didn't match anymore. It stood taller, smiled wider. Its eyes had too much white, and behind it, in the mirror's space, was the door. Always the door, room 217. And then the reflection turned away, walked toward the door, opened it, and vanished. The mirror cracked from the inside. No one dared speak anymore, but thoughts were just as dangerous. The house had learned how to drink them in. People began hearing things when they tried not to think, a heartbeat when they meditated, a whisper during prayer, a name always circling, a question, "Do you remember me now?" Because remembering is her invitation, a single recalled detail, a shape, a hallway, a scent of dust and violets, and she finds her way in, not with force, with familiarity, because she doesn't haunt like a ghost. She comes back like a memory you thought you'd buried. One that smiles, one that holds your hand, one that tells you, you left the door open. You were always going to let me in. Now, she doesn't need introductions. You've seen the number enough. You've pictured the hallway. You've imagined the door. You've thought about the inn. The creaking. The carpet. The slow swing of the bulb. That was enough. She knows. And the name. It's behind your lips already. Waiting. Because it isn't a name anymore. It's a key. And when you say it, accidentally, dreamily, maybe as a joke, know this, you don't summon her. You remember her. And that's worse. Because remembering her means you were part of her. That you left something behind. And now, she's come to collect it. There was no storm that day. No tremor. No headline to foreshadow it. The world went about its motion. Kids riding bikes, cash registers clicking shut, ovens warming bread, dogs barking at nothing in empty yards. But at 2:17 p.m., every door that had ever whispered, every wall that had ever breathed, opened. Not with force, not with sound. They simply stood ajar, waiting, not demanding. Across town, across states, across time, doors began to shift, like they had been holding their breath for years and had just exhaled in unison. The world didn't crack open. It invited itself to remember. In one neighborhood, a woman stepped into her closet and found herself in the hallway. Not hers, the hallway. Wood grain sweating, light bulbs swaying, carpet stretching longer than reason allowed. And at the end, room 217, she backed out slowly, tried to scream. But all that came out was a low hum, the same one that had played in her head since the night she forgot her sister's name. Elsewhere, a boy running into his kitchen to grab juice stopped mid-step. The pantry door was open, but the room beyond wasn't shelves and cereal. It was tiled, soaked in a red light that pulsed with a heartbeat. Inside stood a shape, tall, thin, not facing him, just waiting. The boy's mother blinked and found him gone. The door closed. She opened it. Just cereal. Just shelves. But she could still smell dust and lilies. The doors didn't need to appear in homes anymore. They'd found new places to root. Elevators, bathroom stalls, alleyways, the back of delivery trucks. People began slipping through spaces that used to be normal. A janitor entered a storage closet and never returned. A train passenger walked into the connector between cars and found herself in a corridor where the windows looked into nothing but black. No tracks, no cities, just a void filled with hums and knocks and the low, hungry voice of something ancient saying, "She missed you." And still, the world above tried to continue. Reporters blamed gas leaks. Psychologists blamed shared trauma. Urban legends went viral again. Memes of "Have you seen room 217?" flooded the internet, and then they stopped, not deleted, just blank. As if the very idea had been swallowed. People who joked about it found themselves staring too long at doorknobs, suddenly uncertain what would be on the other side. On the 7th day, the doors stopped opening. They just stayed open, never closed, never shut, and something began stepping through. It wasn't her. Not yet. These were proxies, shapes worn like clothing, people who had disappeared long ago and returned with new rules. Their eyes too still, their smiles too wide. They knocked before entering, but not with their hands. With your thoughts. You'd think of someone you lost, and they'd be there at your door, saying the right words, wearing the right skin, but just wrong enough to know, this is a message. The message was always the same. She's almost finished remembering herself. Entire blocks turned hollow. Homes stood with lights on, but no occupants. When people broke in to check, they found furniture grown into the walls. Clocks with backward numbers. Bathtubs filled with hair. And always, the hum, like a melody you couldn't forget, even if you never heard it. Church bells began ringing at odd hours, always in threes. Funeral homes received caskets with no names, already nailed shut from the inside. One doctor swore he saw a patient he had autopsied a year prior walk into his waiting room and sit silently, clutching a piece of paper that read, "I forgave you. She never will." People began seeing her face, not directly, but in fragments. Reflections that moved without them. Static images that twitched. Photos from old family albums with an unfamiliar woman standing in the background. Pale, tall, hair black like coal water, eyes like doors. No one remembered taking those photos. No one remembered seeing her, but she was always there. In every town that had ever forgotten her. In every moment people had turned their back to the hallway. Some said her face was stitched from the memories of others. Some said she didn't have a face, just the suggestion of one. All agreed she smiled like someone who already knew your ending, and the number returned, not just 217. Now it was everywhere. Car license plates, oven clocks, always blinking 217 despite reset. A woman bought a lottery ticket, all numbers printed as 217 across the row. She tried to burn it. The fire burned her instead, just her mouth, silencing her forever. The town's last survivors gathered at the church. The pews had been scratched with warnings, but the air was no longer holy. The stained glass wept. The altar blood honey. One man climbed the bell tower and rang the bell at exactly 217. Then he jumped. But his body was never found, only his clothes, folded neatly beside a door that hadn't been there before. The day the doors opened, the world had a choice: close its eyes or walk through. Most chose blindness, pretend nothing had changed. But for those who remembered even a piece of the hallway, even the smell of old wood, even the sound of her whisper from a dream they forgot too late, it was over. Because remembering her is all she needs. She doesn't knock anymore. She doesn't need to. She waits. In the gap between moments. In the pause between blinks. In the breath before you open the next door. And when you do, she won't greet you with a scream. She'll hold out a hand. Say your name, your full name, and whisper, "I remember you now. Do you remember me?" The door creaks wider, and before you can answer, you step through. Long after the town had stopped pretending everything was normal, after the streets lost their names, and even the sky seemed to forget where it belonged, something stranger happened. The rooms began to think for themselves. Not just room 217. That door had been the first breath, the first seed. But now, the others had started remembering, and with memory came personality, identity, desire. It started small. A living room that changed size depending on your mood. One day you'd feel alone, and the space would expand, creaking, stretching the walls apart as if mocking your loneliness. Other days it closed in. The furniture closer, the ceiling lower. The light, sickly yellow, like it had soaked up someone's final breath. Then came the whispers. Not from behind the walls now, but from the rooms themselves. They whispered about the people who had once been there. They remembered what was said, who cried, who hid the pills in the couch cushions, who whispered confessions into the vents when they thought no one could hear. The rooms had heard it all, and now they spoke it back. One man walked into his guest room and saw a birthday party happening. Streamers, balloons, cake already sliced, children laughing. His wife's voice saying, "One more picture, smile!" Except they never had kids. He had no memory of that day. But when he turned to leave, the door was gone. In its place, a mirror with himself inside it, smiling. Just as the memory said, rooms began playing favorites. Some would protect you. Others would trap you. You'd try to leave the kitchen and find yourself back in it, the floor sticky with something warm. Your footsteps would vanish as you made them. You'd hear your own voice reading your obituary from the oven vent. He died on a Tuesday. The rooms were watching. You'd cover your ears, but the cabinets would open, slam, open again, as if clapping, as if laughing. And then there were the rooms that waited. One woman reported an attic that didn't exist until she thought about it. The moment she remembered her grandmother's deathbed whisper, "Don't go into the attic, not even if it calls your name." The hatch appeared. Wooden, rope dangling, dust already falling. She climbed anyway. Of course she did. And when she pulled herself up, She found an attic she'd never seen before, full of things that hadn't existed in 20 years. An old bike, her prom dress, a box of letters she never sent. Every object exactly as she'd remembered it. Every one of them watching her back. When she tried to leave, the attic whispered, "One more memory." But just one more. She never came down. But sometimes when it rains, neighbors say they see a shape pressed against the attic window, smiling. The rooms began rearranging time. People would wake in bedrooms that hadn't existed since their childhood. Others would step through a bathroom and walk out into their wedding day. But it never lasted. The scene would warp, colors bleeding like old photographs, voices too slow, then too fast, then upside down. You'd look at your loved one and see her eyes rotate like marbles in her skull. You'd blink and she'd be a chair. You'd scream and hear your own voice say, "Shav, the room is remembering you." And in every instance, the number would appear somewhere, on the bed sheets, in the condensation on the mirror, spelled in hair on the pillow, 217. They called them echo rooms, spaces that didn't just reflect memories, but relived them, again and again, until they were worn thin and frayed and began to rot. One man walked into his laundry room and was forced to watch every lie he'd ever told projected on the dryer door. His voice, his face, his betrayal, looping. He clawed his own eyes out, but the room kept playing. And the worst part, he began applauding himself, because the rooms weren't just remembering, they were enjoying it. By now, the town's survivors had all stopped pretending to understand what was happening. There were no rescue plans, no more outside help. Anyone who came from the outside didn't leave. Not because they couldn't, but because the house convinced them to stay. A firefighter sent to retrieve missing persons was found 3 days later repainting a room with his own blood, whispering, "It has to match the memory." Exactly. She said it has to match. When asked who she was, he looked surprised, almost hurt. The room, of course. Don't be rude. She's very sensitive. Some rooms were hungry. You'd feel it before you even opened the door. A kind of pull, like your name was already inside, being whispered in your own voice. You'd push the door open and find a room identical to one you knew. An old classroom, a friend's basement, a motel you'd only visited once. But you'd be wrong. It wasn't a room from your past. It was a room from your future. One you hadn't lived yet. One filled with memories you'd never made. And as you walked through it, you'd start becoming the person who belonged there. Your voice would change. Your fears would shift. You'd begin to hum a lullaby you never learned. And if you stayed too long, you'd forget the person who walked in. Because the room already decided who you were, and it didn't need your permission to keep you. One family attempted to escape by building a new house from scratch. No salvage materials, no shared wood, no reused nails. Every object sourced from far away. They dug deep, poured concrete, sealed every crack. For a while, it worked. But then, the walls began humming. The daughter found a doorknob in her closet that didn't turn. The son kept drawing blueprints of spiral staircases. The father started calling his wife by the wrong name, one she hadn't heard since childhood, and not from him. Then one night, every door in the house opened at once, and all the rooms were the same room, overlapping, breathing, whispering, "You tried to forget us." The house disappeared by morning. In its place, a wooden bench. On it, a plaque, "Room 217," always rebuilding. And through it all, the original room, the seed, grew more distant and more present. Room 217 had become a legend, a myth, a ghost story whispered by rooms to each other. Because now it wasn't just about people. It was about space, about reality remembering itself too well, about walls growing minds, and about one door that started it all, sitting quietly, waiting, always unlocked, always watching. Because you don't walk into that room anymore. You don't stumble upon it, you become it. And once you do, you don't forget anything ever again. The room remembers for you, and it never lets go. The sky used to be the only escape. Even when the rooms closed in, when the doors began speaking, and the walls exhaled memories like mold, the open air offered a kind of release. But that didn't last. The sky didn't stay clean. One day, it began listening too. Not watching, listening. It began with ceilings, thin as breath, stretching and trembling when no one moved. You'd lie awake at night and hear it, scraping, faint and rhythmic, like a fingernail dragged across the bones of heaven. Not outside, not above, directly over you. And it never came from the same corner twice. Soon, the ceilings began to sag, just slightly, not enough to cause alarm, but enough to make you wonder, had it always been that low? And every time you blinked, it seemed closer, not visibly, not measurably, just felt. Like pressure, like something unseen pressing gently down on your chest. You'd sleep with your back to the mattress and wake with bruises on your shoulders, your arms pinned in dreamless paralysis. Some said they could see handprints in the plaster. Others swore it wasn't plaster anymore. It pulsed when touched, like skin. Warm and wet, it started collecting words. Not all words, just the ones you whispered when you were most afraid. A woman who prayed nightly began hearing her own prayers, repeated back to her in the moments between sleep and waking. The voice from the ceiling exactly her own, only breathier, slower, like the voice had never spoken aloud before. A man confessed to cheating on his wife, sobbing in the garage, unaware the attic above was listening. The next night, she found the truth scrawled on the ceiling above their bed in his handwriting, "I did it." She meant nothing. "I'm sorry." He swore he never wrote it. But when she painted over it, it bled back through. Entire households began speaking in hushed tones. Some covered their ceilings in soundproofing, in mirrors, in crucifixes. Nothing helped, because the ceilings didn't need ears anymore. They had memory. One family moved to a one-story home with no attic access. They slept in the living room to avoid enclosed spaces. And still, each morning, they woke to a new phrase etched above them in soot. "We hear the things you don't say." Eventually, the father climbed a ladder to confront it. He took a crowbar, peeled back a chunk of drywall, and found an ear. Not a sculpture, not a trick. A living human ear, breathing shallowly, twitching in response to sound. When he screamed, it began to whisper back, repeating his scream in perfect, backward echo. He collapsed, never spoke again, but he hums endlessly in the exact tone of the whisper. And then came the holes, tiny at first, pinholes like stars. One day, someone noticed they weren't just holes, they moved. Just slightly, not random, not aimless. They gathered in shapes, patterns. One ceiling formed a spiral, another formed an eye. One teenage boy took a picture of his ceiling each night for a month, laying on the same spot, facing the same direction. When he played them back in rapid succession, the ceiling blinked. On the 30th night, his bed was empty. The photo showed only the ceiling, now open, and behind it teeth, rows of them, wide, white, smiling. His mother never looked up again. She learned to sleep on her side. Worse still, the ceilings didn't just listen. They began to answer. Not directly, not in words, in dreams. People began sharing identical nightmares, standing in a circular room, no walls, no doors. Just a ceiling of infinite height, curving overhead like a dome of bone. And hanging from it, hundreds of cords, like umbilical threads, each attached to a mouth. The mouths were speaking all at once, whispering apologies, secrets, your own thoughts. And in the center, one giant mouth, larger than the rest, unmoving, its lips cracked, leaking ink. One by one, the smaller mouths would go silent until only the center remained. Then it would open, slowly. But no sound came out, only darkness and falling. Hospitals were hit hardest. Patients reported voices above them during surgery, whispering outcomes before doctors ever began. One woman flatlined for 30 seconds, only to come back screaming, "They were above me! They showed me how I end! They know the date!" She died exactly 1 week later, 2:17 a.m. A nurse quit after watching the tiles above the emergency ward peel back, revealing not wiring, not insulation, but faces. Dozens of faces. Pressed together. Mouthing one phrase in silence, she's almost ready. In time, the ceilings stopped being content with passive listening. They began calling. You'd be washing dishes and hear your name from the ceiling, not loud, intimate, like someone leaning close during a secret. Or worse, a memory would leak into your mind. Your own voice, begging for help, from a moment that hadn't happened yet. One man kept hearing his dog barking from the ceiling, even after it died. Then one night he heard it whimper, begging in a child's voice to be let back in. He opened a trapdoor he didn't remember building. He never came down. Only the barking remained. But it wasn't the dog anymore. It was mimicry, and now it talked. Churches tried to ward it off. Prayers rang out from pulpit to pulpit. But even sanctuaries weren't safe. The ceilings cracked during sermons. Patches of mold shaped like doorways. And when people looked up, they saw rooms. Not in the ceiling, but above it, like another layer, a hidden architecture always present, always waiting. Some swore they saw figures walking upside, down in those secret rooms, watching, tracking every word. The buildings began echoing back hymns in minor keys. Words changed. Bibles flipped pages on their own. And always on the ceiling, near the altar. A phrase began to burn, the sky remembers too. And now, you've stopped looking up, haven't you? You walk through your home with eyes low. You speak gently. You sleep with the blanket over your head. But you feel it? The presence above. The weight. The listening. Because the ceiling knows your thoughts before you do. It remembers your secrets better than you ever did. It is no longer structure. It is no longer shelter. It is a mouth that has not finished forming, a memory that has not stopped growing. And one day, when it opens wide enough, when the last name is spoken, when room 217 is done rebuilding itself into every wall, every floor, every sky, you will look up, you will see it, and it will say your name. Then, finally, you will understand you were never under a ceiling at all. You were under her. It happened slowly at first. Too slowly to matter, too subtly to fear. A reflection that blinked a second too late. A shadow in the mirror you didn't cast. A detail in your background that hadn't been there before. You'd chalk it up to tired eyes, stress, trick of the light. But you'd still check again, and again. Until one day you stopped trusting mirrors entirely, because they had started to think. And worse, they had started to remember. At first, they only remembered you. They reflected not who you were, but who you'd been. You'd look into your bathroom mirror and see yourself wearing clothes you hadn't owned in years. You'd be holding a phone you hadn't seen since high school. And the worst part, your reflection would be moving slightly differently. Same gestures, but not quite sensed. You'd raise your hand, and the mirror version would pause for a half, beat, then mimic. Like it was watching you the way you used to watch it. One man shaved every morning, and every morning his reflection kept a small cut on its neck, even when he hadn't made one. He'd stare at it, trying to remember when it happened. One day, he leaned closer to the glass, and the reflection smiled. Not a mirror of his smile, a response, and the cut, it opened, slowly. Blood spilled upward, onto the mirror's surface. His real skin stayed clean, but his heart stuttered, and he never touched the mirror again. Then the mirrors started learning, not just mimicking, but choosing. They'd show what they wanted when they wanted. You'd pass a hallway mirror and catch a glimpse of your childhood bedroom, or a funeral you hadn't attended yet, or a stranger watching you from inside a room that didn't exist. Some people smashed them, but even shards held memory. Even fragments whispered. A sliver in your shoe could cause a dream. One boy swallowed a piece accidentally. He woke every night choking on visions of hands pressed to glass, begging to be let through. His eyes began to reflect things no one else could see. The mirrors no longer obeyed the laws of reality. People watched them breathe, their surfaces fogging from the inside, like someone was just behind them, exhaling against the glass. One woman took photos of her antique vanity mirror and discovered that each image showed her room slightly more decayed than it was in real life. Peeling walls, broken lights, cobwebs where there were none. Over the course of days, her room began to match the photos. Until, one day, the reflection was cleaner than the world outside. That night, she crawled into the mirror. Her husband awoke to an empty bed, and a pristine version of their room reflected in the mirror. But in the reflection, she was still there, standing still, motionless, smiling just enough to make your stomach turn. Mirrors began collecting people. Quietly, you'd walk past a mirror and feel your stomach drop, like vertigo, a spinning, empty feeling. And for a moment, you'd see yourself, but behind glass, pounding, mouth open in a scream you couldn't hear. Then it would vanish. The image would snap back to normal. But you'd never feel quite the same again. Like the mirror had saved a copy of you. Just in case. Just in case it needed to replace you. A teenager stood in front of her mirror for 3 hours straight, watching as the reflection began to behave more freely. Scratching its face, rolling its eyes, eventually walking away from the frame and into a hallway that didn't exist. She tried to follow, punching the mirror, screaming, but all she got was a million shards. And in each one, her reflection still walked, all at different speeds, in different directions. Each shard contained a different version of her life. Some beautiful, most wrong. And then there were the mirrors that told the truth, the ones that reflected not who you thought you were, but who you were becoming. One man, freshly sober, looked into his mirror and saw himself surrounded by empty bottles. He laughed, shook his head, and walked away. A week later, he relapsed. The mirror hadn't predicted it. It had known. It had remembered ahead. The timeline already existed behind the glass. All he'd done was catch up. One girl saw herself pregnant in the mirror, her stomach large, her eyes hollow. She'd never even kissed anyone. But the reflection cried silently, touched her belly, and mouthed a single word, "Run." She moved away that night. The next tenant never saw a reflection at all. Only fog, and one handprint. By now, mirrors had become doorways. Not physical ones, mental, spiritual, emotional. You'd stare too long and begin to feel watched from the other side. Not by yourself, by something else. Something wearing your face. People who had gone missing would sometimes appear in reflections. Not alive, not quite dead. They'd just stare as if pleading, or taunting. Sometimes mouthing warnings, sometimes mouthing numbers. Always 217. It became taboo to say the number aloud near reflective surfaces. One child did it 3 times during a sleepover. The mirror in the room cracked down the center. All the lights went out. When they came back on, the child was asleep, smiling. But his reflection was still awake, watching. The most terrifying development came when mirrors stopped needing light. People began seeing reflections in pitch black. Not outlines, not silhouettes, details. Like the mirror glowed from within or held its own moon. You'd stare into darkness, and your face would still be there, lit from a light source behind the glass. And sometimes, just behind your face, another figure would pass by, too fast to catch clearly, but tall, wrong, watching always behind you. Some said that was her, not in full, just the reflection of her, a mirror's version. The way glass tries to mimic depth, but flattens everything it sees. That's all she needs to slip through, a suggestion, a glance, a whisper in silver. One last story. A man boarded up every mirror in his house, covered every reflective surface, but one day he dropped his phone. Screen cracked. When he picked it up, but the screen was black, but still faintly reflective, and in it his face was gone, replaced by a mouth, not his grinning, whispering. It simply said, "You're on this side now." He never left his house again, and when authorities entered, they found no one, only mirrors. hundreds of them, each facing another, infinite. And in every single one, a man stood in the distance, mouth open, still whispering, even when you looked away, because by then, it was too late. The mirrors didn't need you to look anymore. They were looking for you. No one builds a staircase that leads nowhere. That's the first lie you must let go of, because by now, the town knew better. The people who remained knew that stairs weren't built to take you up or down. Not anymore. They were invitations. Teasing shapes carved into wood and concrete, daring you to take one more step, to see what's just above, or just beneath. And once the staircases began appearing, no one truly walked them. They descended into them. Even when climbing, it started in places where stairs never should have been. A flat ranch home growing a narrow spiral staircase, overnight, corkscrewing downward into blackness. A church bell tower with new stairs looping endlessly above the roofline, spiraling into the air like ribs reaching for God. One man found a staircase in the forest, wooden, weathered, hovering 2 inches off the ground, standing perfectly vertical with nothing supporting it, just hanging there, steps suspended in air, leading up to nowhere. He climbed 23 steps. The 24th turned to ash beneath his foot. His body was never found, but his voice echoes every night at 2:17 a.m., drifting down from treetops. Almost there. Almost there. She's so much taller now. The staircases didn't just go somewhere. They were somewhere. People who walked them described impossible geometries. Steps twisting sideways, upside down, then folding back in on themselves. Some said gravity changed mid-climb. You'd feel your feet tug upward. Your blood would rush to your skull. One woman climbed for hours and swore the steps began to grow. Taller, longer. Each one requiring more effort, more memory. She said the stairs only let you ascend if you gave them something. A secret, a regret, a truth you never said aloud. With each step, something personal peeled off her. By the time she reached the top, she didn't remember her own name, but she remembered the number. Always, 217. Downward staircases were worse, because they knew you were curious. Where did they lead? Why did they go so deep? You'd tell yourself it was just storage, or an old root cellar, or maintenance access. But 20 steps down, you'd realize the air had changed. The light wouldn't follow you. And the steps. They were no longer wood or stone, they were bone, not metaphor. Real. Living, warm, marrow, leaking bone. One person heard whispers with each step, "You forgot me. You forgot me. You forgot me." Another found a staircase under her bed. She never used to have a basement. Now she has 7, and each one goes deeper. And none of them connect. The stairs began remembering who walked them. They responded. One teenager climbed a staircase in an abandoned school. The stairs creaked with every fear he ever had. His parents' divorce. The dog that died choking. The secret he never told anyone about that night behind the gas station. With each step, he heard voices from his past. Some crying, some laughing, some screaming. He ran back down and found that every step was now engraved with one of his memories. Word for word, smell for smell. The last step read, "We forgave you." She never did. He set fire to the building. The fire refused to burn the stairs. Staircases became choices. They would appear before critical moments, at the edge of dreams, at the end of a long hallway, during moments of grief. You'd hear a knock. Open the door. And there it would be, steps winding down into velvet darkness, lit by hanging bulbs that flickered in rhythm with your heartbeat. Some who entered returned. But they weren't whole. One came back unable to speak in any known language, only murmuring syllables that made children cry and dogs claw their ears. Another returned with a rope burn around his neck and a voice that said things before they happened. Worse still were the stairs that didn't want you. People would find themselves tumbling down stairs they had never seen before, pitching forward mid-step, the world flipping as the staircase grew beneath them, catching each fall with new steps, guiding them downward faster than gravity allowed. They'd land bruised and broken, only to find themselves right back at the top, gasping, and again, until something else caught them. Until something at the bottom whispered, "That's enough, I'll walk you now." Some tried to fight it by standing still, but even then, the stairs would move. They'd stretch like tongues, dragging you forward, because you can't stay still on something built to descend. And every staircase, no matter how twisted or broken, had one thing in common. At the bottom, or the top, depending on how far you went, it was always there. The door 217, sometimes open, sometimes locked, sometimes whispering, "Come back inside. You lived here once." And that's when it made sense. Why the stairs looked so familiar. Why the handrail felt like something you'd held as a child. Because you hadn't climbed a staircase, you had climbed a memory. One you didn't know was still alive. People started mapping the staircases, like Mallory Kane had once mapped the halls. But the maps twisted each day. What went down yesterday now went up. What led to a kitchen now led to a grave. And worse, some maps wrote themselves. They'd find drawings of staircases under their pillows, etched in soap scum on the bathroom mirror, drawn in condensation on the windows during a cold morning. A message carved in crayon by a child who never held a crayon up is forgetting. Down is remembering. And no matter where you went in the house, the steps followed. Even flat houses groaned with the weight of invisible stairs. You'd close your eyes and dream of tripping, and wake up with a broken toe. And now, there are stairs in your dreams. Don't lie. You've seen them. Maybe you don't know where they lead yet. Maybe you've only taken the first one, just a toe over the edge, curious. Maybe you've already been walking for years and forgot when you began. But you know they're there, just behind your bedroom wall, under your floorboards, inside your blood, because the staircases were never built in the house. The house was built around them. They are the veins, the roots. And at the end of all of them, spiraling like memory, like regret, like gravity giving up, she waits, she smiles. And she says, "You came back down. You always do. Step carefully. Next time, the stairs might be watching." For a long time, the windows were trusted. When the doors began breathing, and the mirrors started speaking, and the ceilings pressed down with listening weight, windows still offered a kind of promise, something that might still open. A boundary between what was inside and what might remain sane beyond the walls. But that trust was misplaced. Because the windows were never a way out. They were eyes, not yours. Hers. It began subtly. People started noticing the reflections in the glass didn't match what was behind them. You'd stand in the kitchen, the backyard wide and empty behind you. But in the window's reflection, someone stood in the grass. Motionless, unsmiling, watching. You'd turn, heart hammering, and find nothing there. But when you looked back, now there were two. A man tried to record it, set up a camera pointing at the window all night. When he reviewed the footage, he found 7 hours of static until exactly 2:17 a.m. Then, for 4 minutes and 22 seconds, the camera captured the window, showing a reflection of the man himself, still sleeping, but behind him stood a crowd of figures, all in silhouette, all facing him. When the camera's feed returned to normal, the bed was empty. The man was never found, but his neighbors began hearing tapping on their windows. Always at 2:17, always from the inside. Windows started warping what they showed. You'd glance outside to check the weather and see a snowstorm, even in July. You'd rush to the door, only to step into thick, humid summer air. But when you turned back, the snowstorm was still there, locked inside the glass. Other times, the windows showed places you'd never seen. A coastline you'd never visited, a highway in flames, a hospital room where you lay dying. And sometimes the window would fog from the other side, as if someone was watching you from within it, their breath tracing words backwards into the glass. "She's almost finished remembering you." A boy drew stick figures on his bedroom window one rainy day. Happy faces. A son. A house. He went to school, came back. The drawing had changed. The son now had a face. The happy figures were gone. In their place a long black scribble with red eyes. It had hands. It was knocking. And soon, the windows didn't show the outside at all. They began showing memories. Your memories. But never the ones you cherished. Only the things you tried to bury. A man walked past a window and saw himself at his father's funeral, but he wasn't crying. He was smiling. He didn't remember that, but the reflection held. And the longer he watched, the more he started agreeing with what he saw. Yes, he whispered. Yes, that feels right. By morning, he had covered every wall in his home with mirrors of reflective foil, all aimed at that one window, waiting for it to smile again. It never did. But now he does. All day. To nothing. Then came the bleed. The moment when windows stopped simply showing things and started bringing them through. A woman stared out at what looked like a forest. Her house sat in the middle of a city. But the window showed a dense, black forest. And it wasn't just a picture. It moved. Wind stirred the trees. Branches bent, and then something emerged between the trunks. Tall, angular, it leaned toward the glass and tapped. She backed away. The next morning, bark was found growing around the frame, moss on the floor, and her slippers, still beside the window, were filled with black soil. She hasn't opened her curtains since. But she still hears leaves crunching in her kitchen at night. People began vanishing in front of windows, always at twilight, always when they were alone. The last thing anyone saw was a person pausing, frozen mid-glance, head tilted, like they saw something in the glass too beautiful or too terrible to look away from. And then, just gone, as if they'd stepped forward into the image itself. But the window would still show them for a while. Not moving, just standing, in a room that looked identical, but slightly off, like it was made from memory, not material. And eventually, they'd blink, slowly, and walk away into the other side. No one knows where they go. Only that sometimes they come back, and when they do, they tap the window, from inside. Then, one day, the windows started appearing where they shouldn't, in closets, in floors, on the back of your eyelids when you close your eyes too long. You dream of windows floating in the air, showing scenes from your childhood, but altered. In one, your mother's eyes were missing. In another, your childhood bedroom had chains on the walls and a mirror that screamed. You'd wake up and find those windows drawn crudely on your walls in charcoal. Your hands would be stained black. But you hadn't drawn them. Had you? The windows soon had favorites. They responded to emotion. The more you feared them, the more they showed. One man grew obsessed, covering every window with cloth foil, thick wood. But every night, he woke to see one window uncovered. Just one. And it was never the same one twice. It always showed his funeral. The people changed. The weather changed. But he was always in the casket. And the casket always bore a plaque. Memory retrieved 217. It became clear windows weren't just glass. They were crossings. Between now and then. Between here and her. You weren't looking through them. You were being watched through them. And not by strangers. Not by ghosts. By versions of you. Ones who remembered what you refused to. Ones who had already opened the door. Ones who lived in room 217. And now, late at night, when you pass a dark window and catch your reflection moving just slightly too late, don't stare. When you see a shadow behind the glass that doesn't belong to anything in your room, don't blink. And when the window fogs over and a single word appears, soon, don't try to wipe it away, because it's not on the glass, it's inside it. The window is remembering, and it remembers you best when you're scared. The doors used to be simple, open, closed, locked, unlocked. But like everything else the house touched, they started to change. It wasn't sudden. Not like the mirrors, not like the staircases. The doors were patient, they waited. They learned, and then they forgot how to stay closed. At first, it was the front door. always ajar, just a sliver. As if it wanted you to ask, did I leave it like that? You'd close it. You'd hear the latch click. But an hour later, it would be open again. Not wide, not enough to panic. Just open enough for something to watch from the threshold. And sometimes, when the light hit just right, you'd swear you saw something standing just behind it. Tall, still, waiting, and then it would be gone. But the smell would remain, old wood, rotting cloth, and something faintly metallic, not blood, older than that. Something like rusted memory. People started stacking furniture against their doors, nailing them shut, piling salt. It didn't matter. The doors weren't breaking open. They were forgetting they were ever meant to be closed. They simply swung wider each night. And by morning, the house would feel bigger, not roomier, just deeper, like it had exhaled in the dark and pushed out a few extra walls. Then came the new doors. People would wake up to find them where there hadn't been doors before. Between the living room and the hallway, inside closets, carved into basement walls. They didn't match the house. They were old, ornate, sometimes wet. And each one had a doorknob colder than the air around it. The kind of cold that stung. That made your skin feel remembered. One woman opened a door in her bedroom and found herself looking into a hallway with 7 more doors. Each slightly open, each creaking, and from each one came a different version of her own voice, whispering things she never remembered saying. She shut the door and burned her bedroom to the ground. 2 days later, a new door appeared in the ashes. Some doors never opened, but they sounded like they did. You'd be alone in the house and hear the slow groan of hinges behind you, a breath of air, the soft click of wood settling into place. But when you turned, every door was closed. Every one. But you knew. You felt it. Something had come through. You just hadn't seen which door it used. Some began to lock every door in their house at night. But the locks would click open on their own, not all at once, one at a time, like fingers undoing buttons, like someone undressing your home. There were doors that led to familiar places, but took longer to reach them. You'd open your bathroom door and step into a hallway, but it wasn't your hallway. Not quite. The photos on the wall were all of you, but not any photo you remember taking. Your smile too wide. Your eyes too still. You'd walk, and the floorboards would whisper. You'd reach the end and find your bathroom, eventually. But something would be off. The mirror too foggy. The towels slightly wet. And the door you came through. Gone. When you returned to the hallway, there were more photos now, and they moved. Just slightly, just enough to make you sick. Then came the pleading doors. The ones that begged. You'd hear them knocking from the inside. Faint thumps, then whispers, then sobbing. They didn't want to be opened. They wanted to be left alone. But the longer you ignored them, the louder they got. The crying turned to screaming, not words, just noise. Desperate animal, terrified. One man opened a door like that and saw himself. Thinner, older, eyes blackened. His double fell to his knees, grabbed the man's arm, and screamed, "Close it! Close it! Close it before she sees me again!" But it was too late. She was already behind him, and she was smiling. Some doors stayed closed no matter what. Even when the fire department brought axes. Even when entire walls were demolished. They didn't open because they were not meant for you yet. One such door stood in the center of a child's playroom, freestanding, not attached to any wall, just a door in a frame. The child played near it for weeks, pretending it was magic. Until one night, the parents heard him talking to someone on the other side. He said he didn't want to go, that he wasn't ready. By the time they entered, the door had swung open. The boy was gone. Only his voice remained, repeating from the other side, "I'll be here when you're ready. I'll be waiting." The house began recycling doors. You'd leave through the front door and step back inside through your own bedroom. You'd try to exit through the garage and find yourself in your childhood home's attic. Doors no longer cared about location. They were choices, trials, each one asking, what do you remember? What do you regret? What would you do again if you had the chance? And if the door liked your answer, but opened somewhere new? But if it didn't, you stayed in the frame, not inside, not outside, just stuck in that crack between two rooms, two lives, screaming until someone opened the door the other way. The worst were the doors that followed you. You'd go to work, you'd go to a store, and somewhere, maybe behind a utility closet, or in a public restroom, or in the back of a delivery truck, you'd see it. The wood too old, the knob too familiar. The number Tudor 17 carved just faintly beneath the brass. You'd feel the air shift. You'd feel something behind the door listening for your breath. And you'd walk away. But the door would always find you again. Just a little closer, a little more patient, because it knows you'll open it eventually. They always do. Doors used to separate things, keep them safe, keep them out, but now they connect. They merge, they invite. And once you open the wrong one, the house learns everything. Your fears, your memories, your shape, and it begins building a door inside you. It starts in your dreams, then in your skin, then in your voice when you whisper to someone who isn't there, until one day someone calls your name, and it sounds like a door opening. So be careful. Don't listen to the knock. Don't reach for the handle. Don't speak your fears aloud, because she's listening on the other side. And once she knows what kind of door you are, she'll never let you close again. At first, the changes were barely noticeable. A chair an inch to the left. A picture frame slightly tilted when you swore it had been leveled just hours before. The sense of disorientation after walking into a room and forgetting why you were there. But worse. Heavier. Like the room itself had changed its mind about what it wanted to be. People blamed stress, lack of sleep, but the truth was simpler and far more terrifying. The rooms were moving. They didn't shift with sound or quake. No shaking walls, no groaning timber. It was silent, seamless, and cruel. You'd step out of the kitchen for a moment, answer a phone call, return, and the light would be wrong. The tile slightly off, the pantry now deeper than it should be, and the air colder. One woman stepped out of her bathroom to grab a towel and came back to find the mirror missing, and the sink moved to the opposite wall. Her toothbrush floated in the air where the counter used to be, held in place like a memory suspended in the wrong place. She laughed, said it must have been a mistake, until the light switch turned on someone else's reflection. Houses shouldn't breathe, but these rooms did. They inhaled and exhaled, adjusting themselves like animals waking from hibernation. One man claimed his hallway got longer each night, stretching by just a few inches. He measured. He kept records. After a week, he began seeing doors he didn't remember at the far end. After 2 weeks, the hallway had doubled in length, and his bedroom door disappeared entirely. He followed the hallway until it ended in a dead end. No walls, just darkness. Like the room had grown a throat and was waiting for him to step in. No one's seen him since. But his footsteps echo every night, pacing somewhere deep behind the drywall, endlessly searching for the door that used to be his. The rooms didn't just shift. They started remembering other places. You'd walk into your living room and find it had dressed itself in the carpet of your childhood bedroom. The coffee table from your first apartment. The old, cracked lamp your mother threw away after your father died. Rooms became colleges, spliced together from spaces you'd forgotten, stolen from memories you never meant to revisit. One woman stepped into her guest room and found the hospital room where her sister died, laid out exactly as it had been. IV drip, heart monitor, stained pillowcase and all. She walked back out, then back in. Now it was a church pew, then her high school cafeteria. Then the room where she'd miscarried. The walls weren't just moving. They were searching, trying to find the version of themselves that would hurt you the most. And then came the rooms that changed while you were inside them. You'd sit on the couch to watch a show, and halfway through, you'd realize the window was on the wrong side. The floor creaked under a rug you didn't own, and the family photos on the mantel. They still had your face, but not your family. Different people, different lives, all smiling like they belonged to you. Some tried to run, but where would they go? The hallway led to the basement now. The basement led to a stairwell. The stairwell wound endlessly, and always, at the end, one door, numbered 217. A teenager got stuck in her closet. Not physically, it wasn't locked. But when she opened the door, it no longer led to her bedroom. Instead, she stepped out into a kitchen she didn't recognize. Not from this house. Not even this decade. She wandered, calling out, terrified. Found the calendar on the wall. It read 1986. Her name was scribbled in red on 3 different days. She turned to leave. The closet was gone. It spread like a slow infection. Rooms stopped behaving like spaces and started acting like thoughts. You'd walk into the garage expecting to find your car and instead find your regrets. Physical ones. A rusted tricycle. An old, dead dog collar. A letter you never sent. One man opened his laundry room to find it filled wall to wall with mirrors, none of which reflected him. Only a version of the room where someone else lived. A woman in a yellow dress who just stood there, back to the glass, never moving. Every time he opened the door, she was closer. Hotels were worst. People would check in and never check out, not because they disappeared, but because the layout wouldn't let them leave. Room 104 now led to room 305. The elevator opened onto floors that weren't numbered. A guest called the front desk to complain that her room had grown a second bathroom. She went in. The lights flickered. Now it had 5. And none of them had mirrors, only doors. Every one of them marked "Do Not Disturb" in her own handwriting. You couldn't predict the change. Rooms didn't follow time or logic. One night your bedroom was normal. The next, it had stairs where the bed should be. A small library behind the closet. A ringing phone inside the wall that you couldn't find but couldn't stop hearing. People started drawing chalk outlines on their floors, measuring their rooms each morning. But the lines always faded overnight, smudged by invisible feet. Like something else was living there too, dragging its limbs across your geometry, trying to remember the shape of home. The final sign was always the same. You'd wake up one morning and find the room silent. Too silent. No creaks. No hums. Just a stillness that didn't belong. And the walls, perfect. Too perfect. As if they had been recently cleaned of something unspeakable. The light would be too white. The furniture too symmetrical. The air too heavy. That's when you'd know. You were inside her memory now. Not a room. Not a house. A thought. A moment she had pulled from your soul, rebuilt into shape, and trapped you inside to keep you from forgetting again. Because that's what she does. She moves the rooms so you stop trusting them. She mixes them so you forget what's real. She remakes them from your guilt, your shame, your helplessness. And when she's done, you'll beg to find the door. Any door. Even that one. The one you swore you'd never open again. Room 217. And when you find it, it will already be unlocked. It will already be waiting. And the room beyond it won't be a room at all. It'll be her. It started with a whisper of time. Just seconds, lost like spare change. People waking up 10 minutes earlier than they meant to. Clocks blinking odd numbers that no one remembered setting. A microwave that always froze at 217, no matter how many times you reset it. Harmless, at first, easy to dismiss. But time is delicate, and once broken, it doesn't shatter. It leaks. Clocks began to disagree with each other. A wristwatch would tick ahead while the wall clock ticked back. Phones buzzed alarms a full hour before they were scheduled. Entire households found themselves eating dinner at midnight, convinced it was 6 in the evening. But the worst part wasn't the inconsistency, it was the pattern. Because no matter how far forward time went, It always looped back to that same cursed moment, 2:17 a.m. And when it hit, something always happened. A man living alone started journaling the time shifts. He noted every change, every second stolen. On the 10th night, all his clocks reset themselves to 2:17, even the ones without batteries. The second hand began to tick in reverse, fast and hard like a heartbeat. He felt the air tighten, a pressure behind his eyes, and then silence. The clocks stopped. All of them. He looked around and realized something horrifying. The shadows in his house weren't where they should be. They were reversed, like light had bent the wrong way, like time had spun the house inside out. He screamed. The clocks ticked once, and he was never heard from again. People tried throwing their clocks away, smashing them, ripping them from walls. But they'd return, not the same ones, new ones. Carved into table wood, scratched into windows, painted behind drywall. One family discovered a grandfather clock buried beneath their floorboards, ticking even though it was packed in dirt. They dug it out, and inside, instead of gears, they found a spine, human, curved like a question mark, still wet, and it was ticking. Children began drawing clocks in their sleep, with charcoal, ketchup, lipstick, whatever they could find. Always circles with too many hands, too many numbers. Always pointing back to 2:17. One girl covered her bedroom walls with drawings of clocks, all with their hands spinning wildly backward. She stopped speaking after that. Would only sit by the window, humming an old song no one recognized. When her mother asked what she was doing, the girl said, "I'm waiting for her to remember me." She vanished the next day. The only thing left in her room was a wind-up alarm clock that chimed once, just once, at 2:17 a.m. and then burst into ash. Some clocks started counting down, not in minutes, in memories. People would glance at their watch and see a date flash by, April 9th, 2001, and they'd feel it. A moment they forgot. A betrayal. A lie. A scream. Each tick brought them closer to the memory, forced it back into their head. One man broke down in tears on the subway after glancing at the time. "She forgave me," he said over and over. But the clock didn't. A week later, he jumped in front of a train. The station clock read 2:17. The clocks in hospitals were the first to disappear. Nurses reported time shifting between blinks, patients aging between breaths. One woman in hospice was said to have died, come back, and died again. All within the same minute, 3 separate times. The wall clock in her room ticked forward 6 seconds, paused, then reversed 30. And every time it reversed, her eyes would open. She would look at the nurses and say, "No, not yet." She hasn't remembered the name. Then close her eyes again, until the next tick. Wristwatches became dangerous. One teenager wore a digital watch that began flashing names instead of time. Names he didn't recognize. Until he did. Friends who'd moved away. A dog he buried at 6 years old. A sister he never knew he had. Every minute was a new name. Every hour, a scream. The watch couldn't be removed. Not cut, not broken. It finally stopped ticking when he cut his wrist. Not to die, but to drain the memory out. His pulse still beat at 2:17 when they found him. He lived. But he doesn't speak anymore. And then the town clock tower began to chime. Not 12 times, just one. Always at 2:17. Always when the sky turned a shade darker than black. Not night, something beneath night. The kind of dark that feels like velvet stretched too tight across bone. People would stop moving. Freeze mid-step. Just for a second. As if the whole world flinched. Then everything would resume. Except the clocks. They would wait, suspended in breathless silence. And then, tick. Backwards. As if everything that had happened that day now belonged to her. They tried to cover the tower. Tear it down. But it resisted. Time itself resisted. The minute the first stone was removed, the entire town's clocks spun backwards so violently that glass shattered across storefronts. Watches burst. Microwave displays went black. And all around town, people whispered in sleep, "You're out of time. She's catching up." The workers quit. The tower stood, and the chime grew louder. Now, even shadows tick. Even heartbeat rhythms feel artificial. Even dreams are counted, measured, stored. People set timers before bed, not alarms. Timers. Because if they don't wake up before 2:17 a.m., the dreams change. They become hers, full of numbers that crawl across ceilings, hallways that count your footsteps, mouths that speak in seconds. Time has stopped being linear. It loops, it fractures, it learns, and she uses it, not to move faster, but to remind you of what you've forgotten, of who you were, of when you first opened the door. The moment your heart first synced with the clock, the moment she decided to remember you. So the next time you look at the clock and think, "That's odd, I could have sworn it was later, you're right." It was later. She just took that minute back. And you'll feel the absence of it in 1,000 small ways. In a breath that comes too short. In a dream that cuts off mid-sentence. In the way your name sounds different the next time someone says it. Because every second she rewinds is 1 second closer to the moment she steps through. And when that clock finally ticks to 2:17 for the last time, it won't chime, it won't buzz, it will breathe, and she will whisper, "Time's up. Remember me now." It started in whispers, always at the edge of sleep. Names you hadn't thought about in years, people long gone, childhood friends, ex-lovers, teachers you never quite remembered, but whose voices haunted the tail end of a dream. You'd sit up in bed, heart racing, wondering why that particular name, why now? But it didn't stop. In fact, it grew. The names became louder. They crept into conversations, slipped out in place of the words you meant to say. One man tried to order coffee, and instead of his usual black, 2 sugars, he said, "Marilyn." His hands shook. That was his grandmother. Dead 20 years. He hadn't spoken her name aloud in over a decade. But it rolled from his tongue like it had been waiting. That was the trick. The names weren't spoken. They spoke themselves, using your mouth, your thoughts, your breath. They surfaced like bubbles from deep water. Something had been waiting beneath the surface. And now it was surfacing in the form of syllables that weren't yours anymore. The names followed you. Appeared in scribbles on napkins, on receipts, in books you swore you never read. You'd find your own signature beside names you didn't know. Names etched into wood, into mirrors, into the inside of your own wrists when the skin turned cold enough to show the words beneath. One woman began seeing them in her condensation-covered windows. She tried to scrub them off. They smeared. But at night, they came back clearer, and they whispered. Not loud, not angry, just persistent. "Do you remember me? Say it again. You knew me before." The town's records office began to buckle under the weight of inquiries. People searching for names they'd dreamt about, names that burned behind their eyes when they blinked. Some of the names were real, long-dead residents, soldiers from forgotten wars, children who'd gone missing. Others didn't exist anywhere on paper, not even on the internet, but the people knew them. Viscerally, they could describe the voices, the way those names felt in their mouths, a taste, a texture, like old paper soaked in rain, like cold wax. Someone formed a theory the names weren't just people, they were keys. Each name you spoke aloud, especially if it came without prompting, was a memory unlocking. A door creaking open in the back of your mind. A hallway lighting up that you didn't know you'd built. And, at the end of it, always was her. The woman in the hospital who'd been catatonic for 12 years woke up one night and screamed a name so loud that the glass in her room shattered. "Catherine," she said. "She's under the stairs." Then she bit off her own tongue. They sedated her. She never woke again. But the name spread. People began hearing it in static, radios flipping to dead channels. White noise whispering names they'd buried under years of forgetting. Peter, Yasmin, Ely, Dana, and worst of all, those who tried to change their names, tried to run from their pasts, were the ones it hit hardest. The names didn't care what you called yourself now. They only wanted the original version. The one you said the night you first heard the knock on the hallway door. Children became name speakers. At first it was chalk on pavement, writing names that didn't belong to anyone in their class. Then they began talking in their sleep, reciting names in perfect monotone, listing people who had never lived in town. One boy was heard repeating the same name every night for 3 weeks, Oren. Always at 2:17 a.m. His parents moved him across the country. On their first night in the new house, the name appeared on every wall. They left him at a church the next day. No note, just his name, and Oren. Some names brought things with them. You'd say one by accident, mutter it half asleep, and the air would shift. Photos would curl at the edges. The temperature would drop. The lights would flicker, and for a moment, every sound would go flat. Then, a breath on your neck. The feeling of being watched from a place without angles. Some said the names were signals. Codes that meant I remember now. You can come in. And once she heard you say it, you were never alone again. You'd feel it in your dreams. You'd feel it when you said your own name aloud and realized it didn't feel right anymore. Not because it had changed, but because something else was answering to it. People began to fear their own mouths. They wore tape at night, sewed buttons into their lips, refused to speak in case the wrong name slipped out. But it didn't matter. The names didn't need sound. They wrote themselves in thoughts. A woman stared at a blank page for hours, and when she came to, she'd written a name she had never heard. Over and over in neat, perfect cursive. She tried to burn the notebook. It wouldn't catch. The ink bled up the page, forming the words "too late. You said me." The worst came when the names became voices. People began answering calls from numbers they didn't recognize. There was never anyone on the other end, just a name, spoken once, slowly, deliberately, in their own voice. One man received 20 such calls in a week. He began hearing the names in his own head, even when he wasn't on the phone. He wrote each one down. On the 7th day, he arranged them in order and realized they spelled out a sentence. She remembers what you forgot. He stopped speaking entirely after that. His tongue was found nailed to the inside of his closet door 2 days later. The nail was old, rusted. No one could explain how he did it himself. And now the names are everywhere. In rust patterns on your car, in the glitch of your favorite song, in the autocorrect that changes your text into something you didn't mean to say. They're building something. A list. A roll call. Not of the dead, not of the lost, but of the remembered. Because every name you speak without knowing gives her one more step toward the surface. And when enough are spoken, she'll say her name, not to you, not to anyone, but to the world itself. And the world will answer, "We forgot, but we remember now. Be careful. The next time your lips part and a name slides out without warning, stop. Because the name you speak may not be a memory. It might be an invitation. They weren't voices at first. Just faint sounds, shifting, tapping, the occasional creak that you could blame on old plumbing or settling beams. But as the house breathed deeper, the noises gained shape, meaning. They aligned with memory, with guilt, with the pressure behind your eyes when you stood too long in the quiet. And soon, people stopped saying they heard noises. They said they heard whispers, always from behind the walls. It wasn't like eavesdropping on a conversation. No, this was different. The whispers knew your name, knew your secrets. They didn't ask questions. They stated truths. The kind of truths you hoped had been buried under years of silence. You didn't lock the door that night. You let her go. You loved it when she screamed. Not loud, just barely there, but enough to rattle the soul. You'd lean in, thinking you imagined it, and hear it again, clearer, sharper. A man tore out every wall in his home after hearing his late daughter's voice whisper, "I forgave you," but she didn't. Behind the drywall, nothing, except for a photo of him as a boy, mouth open mid-scream. Pinned to the studs with nails that weren't rusted. They were weeping. He moved out that same night. But wherever he went, the walls whispered again. Even the car's dashboard began to creak in familiar cadence. Even hotel rooms carried the sound, low, like a breath trapped between bricks. One woman refused to acknowledge the voices for weeks. She covered her ears, played loud music, spoke to herself constantly to drown it out. But the whispers only adapted. They mimicked her own voice. They spoke in the exact cadence of her thoughts, overlapping her mind like fog slipping under a door. One night, she turned to face the wall behind her bed and whispered back, "What do you want?" The wall answered to be let in. The drywall split clean down the center by morning, like something had smiled too wide from behind it. Landlords began getting complaints about noisy neighbors, even in buildings with no adjoining walls. One man claimed he could hear people arguing, furiously, through his closet wall. Except it wasn't English. It wasn't any language he recognized. But he understood it. Every word struck a part of him he didn't know existed, like memories buried in muscle. The fight escalated every night until, finally, the voices stopped. When he opened the closet the next morning, all of his clothes were gone. In their place hung a single jacket he'd never seen before. It was his size. The name stitched inside the collar was his, but not the name he used, the name he hadn't heard since he was 6. Others heard lullabies, old ones, from their childhoods or their parents' childhoods, songs that should have been lost to time. But now they echoed behind the plaster, like someone was singing just on the other side. The walls vibrated with tune, with memory. And if you sang along even just once, if you hummed by accident, recalled the next line, you'd find something in the house changed. Small things at first. The hallway slightly longer. A door that opened slower. Then something bigger. A handprint on the bathroom mirror. A footprint on the ceiling. And if you followed the song, if you pressed your ear to the wall long enough, you'd start hearing someone breathing back. A man attempted to record the sounds. Set up mics, directional parabolics, hours of footage. He played it back and heard nothing but static, until he slowed it down by half. Then again. At 1/8 speed, the static formed patterns, like language, but too symmetrical, too precise. Like someone trying to speak from the other side of a dream. When he ran it through sound editing software, the waveform formed a word open. He burned his equipment the next morning, but the static didn't stop. Now it plays from his fridge, from the hum of his lights, from the thrum of his own heartbeat. One woman swore the walls weren't just whispering to her. They were watching. The air behind them had weight, pressure. She would press her hand to the plaster and feel flesh, not hers, something soft and warm pulsing beneath the surface. She begged for help, had workers open the wall. Behind the insulation, nothing. No wires, no pipes, just smooth wood. But when they hammered through it, they struck something that blood. It wasn't red. It was black, and it moved. The whispers were worst for those who lived alone. They began to respond, to repeat the words back like prayers, like answers. Some claimed it was the only way to make the voices stop, complete the sentence. A man whose wife had vanished 5 years ago swore the walls told him the truth. Every night, they whispered one more word. She isn't gone. She's just behind the... And then it stopped. The night the sentence ended, he drilled into the wall behind their bedroom headboard. His scream echoed down the neighborhood. They found him there, arms inside the wall up to the shoulder, face twisted in euphoria, and both his hands gone, ripped away. But he kept smiling. Now, even new homes aren't safe. Fresh drywall, clean beams. It doesn't matter. The walls carry her breath now. The spaces between studs hum her name. When the lights go out, you can hear the shift, barely a shuffle, like someone adjusting themselves for a better listen. The whispers don't just speak anymore. They respond. If you say the right thing, they get louder. If you say the wrong thing, they stop completely. And that silence is worse. because it means she's already inside, already watching from the seams. So here's the truth, plain and cruel: there is no such thing as a solid wall anymore. Not in your home, not in your mind. Every wall is a whisper waiting to turn into a scream. Every whisper is a memory clawing its way back to the surface. And when she finally says your name, not from the shadows, not from the dark, but from behind your own walls, you'll understand. The house was never haunted. You were. And she's just helping you remember why. It began as a single dark patch on the ceiling of the hallway. Harmless, subtle, like water damage from an old pipe. It wasn't large, just a soft bloom of shadow above the entrance to room 217. The house groaned more than usual that week, but no one paid attention. They assumed it was age, weather, the ordinary decay of a place left untouched too long. But when the stain grew, when it began to drip even though there was no moisture, when it smelled like burnt cloth and old teeth, people started to worry. Cleaning it did nothing. In fact, it made it worse. The more you tried to erase it, the more it spread. Like the house took it as an insult, a personal offense. One woman climbed a step ladder with a bleach-soaked sponge and scrubbed until her knuckles bled. The next morning, her entire kitchen ceiling was black. Thick, veined tendrils of rot reaching down like they were curious, like they wanted to touch her. The stain pulsed when the lights flickered, and at 2:17 a.m. it opened its first eye. Stains began appearing all over town. On walls, on floors, on clothing. A girl found one on her pillow, shaped like a handprint. She washed the pillowcase 3 times, but the print came back every night, sometimes larger, sometimes smaller, sometimes moving. It crawled slowly toward the center of the bed, like it was making its way toward her head. One morning she woke up with a red mark pressed into her cheek, as if someone had cupped her face while she slept. No one was in the room. She stopped sleeping after that. Didn't matter. The handprint began appearing on the backs of her eyelids. The stains weren't just wet or oily. They were thinking. One man discovered one on his living room rug, a dark spiral about the size of a dinner plate. He thought it was ink at first, but it was warm, and when he bent down to touch it, he felt something pull in his head. A memory, a moment he hadn't thought about in years, the day he locked his sister in a closet and forgot to let her out. She was fine. She had survived. But the guilt came back sharp and vicious. That night, the spiral doubled in size. He tore up the rug, burned it. 3 days later, it reappeared on the floorboards beneath. This time, it was bleeding. People began cataloging the stains. They took pictures, tracked shapes, compared patterns, but the patterns didn't make sense. They weren't random. They were familiar. One stain looked like the teeth of a childhood doll long buried. Another mirrored the scribbles a mother used to draw in the margins of her Bible before she stopped praying. And always, hidden somewhere in the grain of the stain, if you stared long enough, was the outline of her face. Just faint. Just enough to make your stomach turn. A nose that seemed too thin. A mouth that never closed. Eyes that were nothing but doors. Then came the stains that spoke, not out loud, but in pressure, in suggestion. You'd walk into a room and feel the guilt before you saw it. Like the moment before confession. Like someone was already disappointed in you. People began to hallucinate around them. Voices, shadows, the sound of wood bending under invisible weight. A man sat in front of one stain for 12 hours, convinced if he looked away, something behind it would break free. He starved there, died with his eyes open, and when they found him, the stain had moved. It now hovered directly over his head. The coroner said the body had been drained of all blood. The only wetness in the room came from the ceiling. Not all stains were large. Some were the size of a penny. But those were the worst, because you missed them, you ignored them, until they multiplied. A man found one under his fingernail, then another on his tongue. One woman had them appear in her bathtub. When she stepped in, She said she could hear voices bubbling up from the drain, screaming in reverse. Her husband dismissed it as stress. 2 days later, he found her curled beneath the faucet, mouth open, water pouring directly into her lungs. No panic. No struggle. She just let it happen. The stains were gone. Until he bathed there. Now they're back, and they're spelling something on the tiles. Some tried painting over the stains. Wallpaper. New drywall. It didn't work. The stains would soak through. Not quickly, strategically. First in corners, then along the seams. Then bold and proud, like they were signing their name across your home. One man came home to find a perfect circle of black seeping across the ceiling. No texture. Just smooth, glossy rot. He called it the eye. Not because it looked like one, but because it followed him. No matter where he stood, he felt its weight, watching, judging. He hung himself beneath it the next night. They cut him down. The stain caught the drip and grew. Then came the houses that blood, not metaphorically, actual blood, from beneath doorways, from between floor tiles, from the seams in the fridge. Always slowly, always with the same scent, rust and flowers and something ancient. No amount of scrubbing worked. No plumber could explain it. The stains were choosing people. Not all, just those who had seen her face and pretended they hadn't. Those who had stood outside room 217 and listened to the knocking and walked away anyway. And now the stains are on people. A mark behind the ear, on the palm, on the small of the back. They look like birthmarks, bruises, scars, but they change. They crawl slowly. They pulse with light when no one's looking. Some say the mark is a countdown. That once it reaches the heart, she can take you completely. One man had his stain surgically removed. The surgeon died 2 days later. The stain appeared on the back of his neck. You might think you're safe, that you'll notice a stain when it arrives. But you won't. Because the first stain is always inside you. A black drop of memory you swallowed as a child when you first heard her name. A moment you blinked and forgot. A second of time you gave to her, unknowingly, in exchange for silence. But now she's taking it back. Now she's marking what's hers. And every stain, every dark spot, every bleeding patch is a reminder you belong to her. And no amount of cleaning will ever wash that away. They were always closed before. That was the rule. Every door stayed shut unless you opened it. You had to twist the handle, push the wood, make the choice. That's how you stayed in control. That's how you knew you were still in your own home, your own mind. But then they started moving on their own. Not slamming, not creaking in a storm. Opening, just a slow, silent swing. Just enough to break the illusion that you were ever alone. Just enough to make you wonder, what if it wasn't the wind? The first door opened at 2:17 a.m. Always 2:17. It didn't creak or groan. It simply was open when the homeowner woke. A basement door that had been shut for years. Locked, even. Yet that night, it gaped wide like a mouth. Nothing was missing, nothing taken. Except the lock, it was gone. No scratches, no debris, just missing. And on the inside of the basement door, a handprint. Too long. Too narrow. Pressed into the wood from inside. People began hearing clicks in the night. The soft mechanical tick of a latch undone. Then nothing. Until morning, when they'd find the garage open, or a closet door cracked just an inch. The pantry wide, as if someone had stepped in and vanished. A man bolted every door in his house before bed, only to wake and find them all unlatched, not flung wide, welcoming, as if they were waiting for him to step through. He set up cameras. All they captured was static from 2:16 to 2:18. When the feed returned, every door in the house stood open. Even the ones he didn't remember having. That was the real terror, doors that didn't belong. You'd live in a place for 10 years, know every wall, every room, and then one morning there'd be a door at the end of a hallway you swore had always been a dead end. Plain, wooden, featureless. Until you reached it, and saw the number, 217. A woman found such a door in her apartment, behind her bookcase. No knob, just the number. She painted over it. The paint peeled. She covered it in a mirror. The reflection showed the door, still ajar. One night, she dared look inside. Just a crack, she saw herself asleep in bed. But someone else was standing beside her, watching, smiling. She sealed the wall with bricks. But the door reappeared the next night, in her bathroom mirror. Hotels were next. Doors opened in the middle of the night and guests vanished. The security footage was always the same, a guest rising from bed at 2:17, walking to the door in a daze, opening it, and then nothing. No hallway. No other side. Just blackness, like the door opened into somewhere else. Somewhere that devoured sound and light and memory. Their belongings stayed behind, but their names faded from the registry, faded from their IDs, faded from memory. As if the door hadn't just taken the person, but their story. One man nailed his bedroom door shut, hammered 2x4s across it, piled furniture. He thought he'd won, until he woke to find the door gone entirely. Just an empty frame, leading into another room he'd never seen. Green walls, wet carpet, a child's voice humming. He turned to run, but his bedroom was gone too. Now there were only doors, each one breathing, each one opening, each one calling his name. The worst doors were the ones that looked inviting, a warm glow beneath. The sound of a loved one's voice calling from the other side. Someone you hadn't seen in years. Someone you thought was dead. You'd reach for the handle without thinking. It would be cold. Slick, almost alive. If you turned it, the voice would stop. Not abruptly, but gently, like it had stepped back, like it was waiting for you to come in. And the moment you crossed the threshold, you'd remember something you had spent your whole life forgetting, that you had opened a door like this once before. When you were a child, in a place no longer standing, and something had stepped out to meet you. People started hearing knocking behind doors that led nowhere. Interior closets, bathroom cabinets, drawers, not loud, but steady, always 3 knocks, then silence. If you ignored it, nothing happened, for a while. But if you knocked back, even once, if you acknowledged it, you'd find another door in your house the next morning. One you couldn't close, no matter how hard you tried. And behind that door, the air was wrong, thick, breathing, and full of waiting. They say every person carries a door within them, an opening between memory and guilt, past and denial. Most of us keep it closed. We pretend it isn't there, but she doesn't need to force it open. She just waits. And when you're weakest, when you're lost, tired, scared, you unlock it yourself. You crack it, thinking it's nothing, and she pours in, one whisper at a time, one step at a time, until all the other doors in your life begin to mimic that shape, until every opening leads back to her, until you can't close any of them anymore. So if you hear a click in the dark, if you feel the brush of air on your ankle from the hallway, if you see a door you've never seen before, standing perfectly still at the end of a place that should be safe, don't approach it. Don't question it. And for the love of whatever is still human in you, don't open it, because she doesn't knock twice. And once that door opens, you're already inside her. They say there's always one room left, one you never knew existed, one that waits for you, not in your house, not in your dreams, somewhere between the two, wedged in the part of your mind you avoid when the lights go out and the air shifts colder than it should be. It's not marked on blueprints. It doesn't obey the shape of your walls or the layout of your floor. It exists the moment you notice it. And once you do, you can never unsee it. This is the final room, and she built it for you. It doesn't have a door. Not at first. It begins with a feeling. Like you forgot something the moment you walked into your own home. Like someone whispered your name behind your eyes. You check the usual places. Bedroom, closet, kitchen. But something's missing. A corner that feels deeper than it should. A stretch of hallway that wasn't there before. Your steps sound different. Softer. as if the floor beneath you isn't quite solid anymore, as if it's made of memories, of all the things you never admitted out loud. Then you see it, the edge of the room, not a full door, but the outline of one, pressed into the wallpaper like a bruise. You run your hand across it, cold, throbbing. You swear it pulses beneath your fingers. You close your eyes. You whisper, "Not now, not again." But the wall answers, yes. The final room never opens for you. You open for it. The moment you breathe its name. The moment you think, just for a second, what if I just looked? The moment you stop running, that's when it unfolds. Not with hinges or a creak, but with remembrance. The walls ripple, the floor tilts. Light bends backward. You feel it before you see it. It smells like your childhood basement. Like the place you hid when the fighting got too loud. Like the closet you locked and forgot when something inside it started whispering back. The room remembers everything. Not just what you did, but what you refused to do. What you ignored. Who you left behind. When you step in, it doesn't feel like stepping into a space. It feels like stepping into a question. The room is exactly the size of your silence, the shape of your worst night, the color of the first time you realized something was wrong with the world, and it would never be safe again. It shows you things, not visions, versions of yourself, of your life, if you had answered that call, if you had turned around when you heard the scream, if you had never entered room 217. Some versions are happy, but most are not, because deep down, you were always going to find your way here. You were always meant to meet her. She doesn't appear all at once. You see her first in the reflection of a light bulb, spun upside, down and grinning. Then in the pattern of the wallpaper, a face emerging from the curl of leaves. Then in the mirror, if there is one. She doesn't knock. She doesn't speak. She just stands, waiting for you to remember the moment you first let her in. It wasn't the dreams. It wasn't the whispers. It wasn't the stains, or the names, or the clocks, or the doors. It was when you lied to yourself and said none of it mattered. That what you saw as a child was just a nightmare. That what you buried didn't scream. That the door you opened by accident didn't have a face behind it. But she remembers. She always has. And now she wants something. Not your soul. Not your blood. Something simpler. She wants your memory. She wants to crawl inside the moment you first forgot her, and live there. Nest there. Feed on everything you've ever repressed until your mind becomes her house, your body her foundation. The final room is not a place. It is you. You've been building it every time you denied what you saw in the corner of your eye. Every time you chalked up the shadow at the end of the hallway to a trick of the light. Every time you whispered, "It's just a dream." You built the walls. You locked the door. You wrote her name in dust. And when the final room closes, not with a slam, but with a slow sigh like a story ending, you'll find yourself sitting, alone, in a room with no corners, no exit, no light, only her hand in yours. Only her voice whispering, "There's always been a room for you." And outside, your house will remain the same. To everyone else, you never left. They'll say you became quiet, tired. They'll forget your laughter. Your name will fade from photos. And someday, someone new will find that door. And they'll ask the same question you did. Just one look. But by then, it's already too late. Because the final room only ever opens once. And now that she's remembered you completely, she never has to let you leave.